Good morning.
Good morning. Can you see and hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Good. Right. Let's get start. So it's just about 9:30. So welcome to the final day of the inquiry into the appeal relating to the Eastgate shopping centre. Today we'll deal with obligations in a roundtable session first of all, and then conditions, and then probably after a short break deal with closing submissions, first from the council and then from the appellant. I mean, the roundtable sessions might be best to use a sort of hand raised protocol, but obviously otherwise if it's just one or two of us on the screen, then we don't need to use it. Just to update everybody on documentation, I've seen a revised draft of the obligations, which was dated 10th of August yesterday. So that will form the basis of our discussions in the obligation session. I've also had a revised list of conditions in response to my comments. Otherwise, I've also had minutes of the planning committees of April and December last year, which are CD 5.22 and CD 5.23. I think I'm still awaiting plans for Market Square and Town Square, and also the email trail relating to the section 106. So I think those are the only documents I'm awaiting, apart from what we discussed this morning.
So may I interject if you're moving to a different point?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
On the plans, I'm very hopeful that can be readily agreed for you this morning. There shouldn't be any difficulty about it. You referred to the email correspondence related to the section 106. So as I've understood it, and I'm looking at the email now from Mr. Mumby, Mr. Mumby can't agree these email chains should be submitted and added to the CD list, because he says he can't see how they relate to the putative reasons for refusal, and the discussion around them is confusing. But he doesn't believe they're helpful to the inspector, and there are some internal emails that have no input from the appellant team and have not been seen before. So there's disagreement now on the provision of those for you. So Mr. Mumby's essential reason is that he doesn't see how they relate to the stated putative reasons for refusal. Well, so as I see it, that in one sense is helpful, but I think my concern, you remember, was the way the matter was raised in re-examination, and whether or not this was intended to form some part of an application for costs. And for that reason, I asked Mr. Mumby some further questions. So it wasn't for the purpose of relating to the stated putative reasons for refusal as such. It was in contemplation that the matter might be pursued in a different context. If that's not the case, we won't insist that you receive those emails. If it is the case, and Mr. Banner can clarify in a minute, then I do ask that they be received, because they were raised anew. They don't form part of the application for costs at the moment, by reference to the letter of May. So that's my position on that, sir. I hope it's clear.
So if I may,
I think I sort of got the impression that it may well be related to an application for costs, but Mr. Banner, perhaps you can confirm.
I mean, first point is that the premise of the basis on which the council seeks to submit these is that the section 106, the points about the delay with the 106 were raised the first time in re-examination. That's patently wrong. I showed you, sir, the statement of case, if you remember, paragraphs in particular, 1.6, 1.8, and I think from memory 6.1 166. So it's simply incorrect and a fundamental mischaracterization to say that the point was not taken earlier. The application for costs, which is complete, and I've requested my team send it to the inspector and copy the council now, frankly. The application cost is very, very close in its terms to the letter of the 30th of May 2022 sent from CMS on behalf of the appellants to the council. So the basis of the application of costs, again, and the extent to which the delays in granting permission and the sort of the ice that crept over the 106 negotiation, the extent to which that's relied upon the cost application, again, has been in the public domain since May. So my learned friend is mischaracterizing the position completely. What I suggest, sir, because we don't really want to delay today any further on this issue, what I suggest is as follows, is during the course of this morning, my learned friend can have a look at the cost application, because I say it's either going to be with him or and he can decide whether he thinks it's appropriate for him to maintain his request in light of that. Because I expect actually he will decide it's not appropriate to seek to put in this material. It's new evidence. It could and should have been put in at the latest in the council's proofs in response to the statement of case. It contains internal emails, which I haven't been asked to advise the council upon. We will need to take instructions and check, which it may take some time, whether it's a complete correspondence, because it's not that uncommon for people who are seeking to rely on correspondence to put in the bits that work for them and without putting the bits that don't work for them. And that may take some time. So I do oppose this, but I'd suggest the practical way forward is for my learned friend to reflect, having read my 4-page cost application and consider how closely it matches the 30th of May letter, whether it's appropriate for him to maintain his position.
So there's no specific reference in your cost application to the email trail? Mr. Banner, I think you're on mute.
There was always going to be one who was the first one on mute. Not to an email trail, no. I mean, we rely, as the statement of case and the 30th of May letter did, on the fact that the line went dead. I mean, my learned friend will see it, and it's let me just get it. And in fact, we cite the statement of case. We say the resolution was disowned by a differently constituted planning committee, and there's a footnote saying that disowning was initially reflected in the cessation of negotiations on the section 106, as explained in the statement of case, and thereafter reflected the putative reasons for refusal. We don't refer to the email trail. So, as I said, I'd suggest that the appropriate way is it's a short cost application. My learned friend and or his junior can, during the course of this morning, because I don't imagine he'll be leading on the section 106, have a look through and see whether it's appropriate to maintain his request to submit belated evidence in light of that.
Mr. Harold Williams, anything in response? Again, you're, oh, sorry.
I just got there. So I don't want to take any undue time on the matter now, nor do I want to repeat myself, nor do I want to respond to Mr. Banner's submission to you just now, which would involve repeating myself. We will look at the cost application as best we can in the time. If there is reference to the section 106 criticism, it is likely that I will be asking you to receive that.
Okay, right. Well, we can come back to that if we need to later on.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just one other point on documentation. I noticed, looking at the core documents, a neighbour letter had been added as core document 9.10. This was a letter dated the 4th of August 2022. I mean, obviously the deadlines for submission of representations has long gone. So I'm a bit wary about accepting that as a document, because clearly it could then open the floodgates. And I think it's referring in any case to a previous correspondence. So I suggest that's not included on the core document list, just for procedural reasons. Plus, it would maybe require a response from the appellant. So too late in the day, I'm afraid, on that one. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. The other thing is, obviously, in terms of the 106 and also the cost applications, we'll discuss how they will pan out later on this morning. But so I've got a note to return to that in terms of timetables before the close of the inquiry. So unless there's anything else, we can move on to the Section 106 obligation session. Anything from you, Mr. Howell-Williams? Procedural?
No, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Banner?
We're not doing very well with the mute. No, sir, other than if I could just introduce the person who's going to be leading for us at 106. It's Miss Rebecca Roth, who's a partner at CMS, who's had overall leadership of the Section 106 from our side. So she'll be leading for us on that.
Okay.
Good morning.
From the council's side, is it
That's
Mr.
Mr.
Hyde?
Chairman instructing solicitor.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. And if anybody else needs to come in at any point, then obviously feel free within reason. Okay, just as way of introduction, obviously, as I said at the start of the inquiry, these are obligations under Section 106 of the Planning Act, which are on general terms intended to mitigate the impact of the development on infrastructure, particularly where those matters can't be addressed by conditions. As I said before, a further draft of the 106 reached me this morning, but I understand it that you're still waiting for some confirmation on some county matters from Essex County Council. So in a sense, it's sort of final.
I can provide a further update on that if that would be helpful. I can provide. I did have some further comments overnight, so we have now received a slightly updated version from the county, which came in sort of late last night, just around 11 o'clock, just before midnight. So I've had a quick look through that. It appears that there are now only a couple of points that are still outstanding, which we're waiting for instructions for them on in the highways schedule. But otherwise, the appellant is minded to accept all of the other points. So we do just wait just final confirmation from the county on a couple of highways matters, but otherwise we're content that we would likely be accepting those points. We'll obviously send an updated and agreed version through, but it is not substantially different to what you've seen already. So if there are any queries on any of the points, happy to deal with them as we go through.
Right.
I can also update on the council. I don't know if Charlotte wants to jump in here.
But presume they're not substantive areas of disagreement. It's just tidying up, is it?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Anything from the council on
that? The agreement as far as Basildon Borough Council's concerned is agreed.
Thanks. Obviously, as I said, the 106 will need to be completed and executed, but we'll discuss the timetable for that.
Yep.
Perhaps towards the end of this session, when we've got an idea of what is effectively outstanding, if anything. In terms of the SIL compliance statement, which is obviously meant to support the 106, I've had one version which I mentioned the other day was in draft, or it referred to being draft. I think that was because the county council hadn't okayed it, but do we have a final version of that, or should I rely on the one that I already have?
I mean, it is still in draft insofar as it does refer to some condition numbers which may change following the condition session. So we might need to just tidy it up, but in substance, it is agreed as far as I'm aware. It's just, it might just need tidying up in that respect following this session.
Right, thanks. Okay, so I think the best way to do this is for either Mr. Rothe or the council to go through the various elements of the obligations briefly. If I have any questions as we go through, I'll ask them at the appropriate time. Perhaps you could also update me on what has happened in the last couple of days, because obviously I've picked up a few things, but I want to make sure that I'm fully up to speed.
That's fine. Charlotte, unless you have any issues, I'm happy to do that, given it was a CMS draft.
Yeah, that's fine, Rebecca. Thank you.
Okay, and obviously we're using the version 10th of August, aren't we?
10th of August version. I did send a clean and a compared version, but either can be reviewed. I don't think there's an issue with that. Unless people have it.
the clean version, so but
That's absolutely fine. Unless you have any other concerns, though, I wouldn't propose to touch on the definitions specifically and just go to the main clauses and pick up any definition points that arise from the main clauses once we
just the various
we get
schedules covering the what is.
Yes, exactly. So the front end of the agreement, I wouldn't intend to go through their boilerplate clauses and quite standard, and we've agreed to those: indexation, VAT, etc. So I just propose to start at Schedule 2, which is where the main obligations commence.
Just one point on the preamble to it. There is a blue pencil clause which I hadn't spotted initially. Has that been put in recently, or?
No, it has been in for a while. I think it's just probably not marked clearly enough as I am the blue pencil clause. It's at the end of another clause of general information. So it is in there, yes, sir.
Okay, that's that is paragraph 3.4, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Schedule or schedules.
Schedule 2 is where the main obligations commence, and that's employment and skills.
Yeah. Okay. I have no specific questions on that. Obviously, it's
Great.
first
Deals with employment and skills plan and a contribution, which are all agreed and were in heads of terms originally, and there's not been really much negotiation around this, to be honest. It was all quite uncontentious, so nothing particularly to raise on that.
In terms of the compliance statement, it's supported by relevant chapters in the framework, isn't it? In terms of the justification, in the National Planning Policy Framework.
Yes.
Okay.
So then Schedule 3 is cultural strategy and public art. Again, this has been agreed for some time. I think the only recent change had been reference to the cultural strategy specifically inserted so that there'd be more justification for the contributions around this. So the draft Basildon Town Centre strategy has been referred to specifically. But again, this deals both with a contribution towards cultural strategy and a public art scheme, which will be delivered on a phased basis.
Yeah, the public art is sort of references the fact that that's a feature of the new town.
Exactly.
In terms of the cultural strategy, I did have a comment, I think previously, but also now, about whether it provides sufficient steer in terms of how contributions will be used. Perhaps a question more for the council than for the appellant. Yeah. I mean, I know that I've not read the draft strategy in detail, but it's primarily a sort of I suppose an overarching document rather than anything specific. I can understand.
Charlotte, is that something you're able to talk to? Because they say it's a council document.
It is. I mean, obviously, it is our cultural strategy, which was prepared in 2020, which does look at a borough-wide strategy, but we believe that it is a document that would steer the payment, the spending of the cultural strategy contribution. Adele Lawrence and Christine Lyons were also both on the call. I don't know if they were involved in the development of that strategy. I don't know if they'll be able to assist us any further in terms of it as a document in particular. Are they there? No.
I can see them on there.
They are there. They're in the room. They're in the office. They are there. I have spoken to them this morning.
Perhaps they weren't involved in the strategy itself, but I mean, I suppose what was it raised in relation to the?
There we go, Christine.
Square and Market Square appeals.
No, it's been designed to. It was designed to deal with the impact. We've got some feedback here. Can we turn the volume off here? That's all right. Sorry, I got this feedback. It was designed to deal with the impact of the cultural strategy across the whole of the borough, and then we designed a specific one to look at the town centre and the interaction of the Arts Council work they're doing in the town centre, and bringing that into one document. So it will look at the art strategy, it will look at culture, it will look at the theatres, it will look at. So it is very much a borough-wide, but this specifically looks at the town centre itself and how it interacts with the Arts Council funding that we've also got in the town centre.
just a point of information, was it an obligation in the Market Square and Town Square appeals? Do you know?
Yeah, we've used it across more. It is a key that, I mean, the a lot of the comments have been throughout the inquiry about the failing nature of the town centre, and that's what this is about. This is actually about bringing the town centre back into sort of the new town era of that high quality public realm and high quality art within the non-built form.
Thanks for that. Moving on now to Schedule 4, I think.
Great. So Schedule 4 is then about Essex Coast recreational disturbance avoidance. And this is a contribution towards disturbance and avoidance and mitigation strategy. This is just a contribution that's payable. And again, really no problems from the appellant's side. This has been agreed for some time. I don't know if this is something that the Essex County Council need to talk to, or Charlotte, whether this is more in your packet, but if any questions are required, it might be more for Essex.
It is an Essex-wide SPD, but there is a RAMS SPD, which identifies the programme and mitigation measures which are funded from residential developments across Essex, and that's I think that's also been sent as a supporting document to the SIL compliance statement.
So this is supported by the Habitats Regulations Assessment
Yes.
to mitigate.
Yes.
So
to make it very clear, we're also in we're in the zone of influence, the application site, so it sits within that.
Yeah.
There's a small part of the borough that isn't within the zone of influence, but this part is.
Right. Okay. So it's based on a tariff which is set out in the SPD. Presumably.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. This is required mitigation in our view.
Yeah.
So moving on to Schedule 5, this one has been subject to slightly more negotiation. So you will have seen a number of different versions of the education schedule. So we have now agreed this with Essex County Council. It provides, originally the proposal was for a facility to be provided, an education facility, but through discussions with the County Council, it was evident that actually the type of facility that could be delivered in the scheme wasn't going to be sufficient for the county's purposes. So it was agreed that it was more appropriate for a contribution to be payable. So we are now in a situation of having effectively 4 separate contributions, which are pulled together in paragraph 3.1 of the schedule. There are effectively 3 contributions which are to meet the norm, based on a normal type of multiplier, which is the number of children deriving from the scheme based on the standard developer guide SPD principles for primary care, early years, primary education and secondary education. And on top of that, we have agreed to pay an additional contribution for the cost of constructing the 56 person facility that would have ordinarily been provided as part of the scheme. The contribution for early years does then take into account the fact that we're not paying for another 56 pupils. It's a top up of the 7 pupils that wouldn't be covered by that facility. Plus then, as I say, the standard contributions for primary education and secondary education. And these triggers for payment at paragraph 3.1 have been agreed and negotiated with the county as a basis of providing certainty for the county to receive the money at sensible periods, but also to fit in with the general phased nature of the scheme. So this is all now settled as far as we're concerned.
Good morning, my name's Anne Cook, Principal Infrastructure Planning Officer for Essex County Council. I've been part of the negotiations with the Section 106 regarding education. Thank you for that, Rebecca, you've outlined that very well. Can I just raise the point about the early years facility contribution? When we first started negotiation, we were talking about land and then we talked about a figure. We didn't have any, it was a figure that came from the County Council delivery team. So we've gone back and calculated that through the cost per pupil on a new build cost. So the indexation for the early years facility needs to reflect that. So instead of it being July 2022, it needs to be January 2020. So just like that highlighted, that needs to be amended.
That was one of the changes that did come through overnight. And I think we probably just need to discuss that, but I don't see it being an issue from our perspective.
Okay, thank you very much.
So in terms of the early years facility, which was at one point to be within the scheme, it's now a contribution based on the likely number of sort of children that would be entering early years education.
Yes, exactly. You'll see, sir, that there are. Sorry.
Was the intention originally that the scheme would be able to sustain a complete early years facility, or?
Shall I
The
take that,
number of
Rebecca?
children would do. Yes, I think that's probably
Yeah.
best for you if you don't mind.
The number of early years pupils that the development, the demand is 63 places. So we would require 56 new place build and 7 additional places. So that's why there's 2 separate contribution calculations. So the 56 places times the new build cost is 7 times the extension cost.
Sorry, 56 is what you require as a new build.
Yes, in this instance, because we either may construct 36 or 56, and because this creates more than 56, it's plausible to build a 56 place facility and then extend for the other 7 places that the development creates.
Right, I see.
That's why you'll see there are 2 separate definitions for the contributions for early years. There's one for the facility, which is effectively the cost of what would have been constructing a 56 unit facility, plus an extra top up effectively of the other 7 pupils.
Right, I see. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great. So that's education. No, I think that's everything on education. It is fundamentally now a contribution. There are standard interest and late payment provisions, which we're content with.
Right.
So the next schedule is Schedule 6, which is open space, culture, play and sports provision. So in here we have various different elements that fall under that heading. So first of all, we've got the open space management scheme, which is the open space of the whole development. Any of the residential phases that include open space will be required to get a scheme approved and complied with throughout the lifetime of the development. That's for all open space, so hard and soft landscaping, any other open space in each phase. We also have a requirement to keep the public realm open to the public continuously on foot or other forms of transport if required, and but an acknowledgement that those areas aren't intended to be adopted public highways, a standard type of provision around public access. And on top of that, then there is a effectively an open space play and sports contribution, which is payable in addition to the on-site provision, which again is agreed from our perspective. This is a council contribution, council matter. So I think if there was any question about justification, that's maybe one for Charlotte.
Okay. The point was how is the contribution works out? Is it based on the infrastructure delivery plan or a separate document?
2019 IDP, and I think the relevant table was included as a supporting document to the SIL compliance statement.
Okay. There's no actual development plan policy as such. It's more referring to the IDP, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's everything in that schedule. It's a relatively short one. Schedule 7 is then effectively around design and housing mix and indicative accommodation. So it deals both with the design champion design review elements and also ensuring overall control of the mix of the development. So starting with the design elements, there's requirements for design champions, and also the requirement for submissions to go through the quality review panel at reserve matter stages, and also for there to be a management company appointed for the residential units to ensure that quality and design is incorporated and managed on an ongoing basis. I know there's been some discussion about design code matters through the course of the appeal. So again, if there's any queries on that, can deal with those, but they're pretty standard provisions as far as section 106 is concerned, dealing with, say, the design elements. And the other element of this schedule is starts at paragraph 4, and it deals effectively with 2 parts, indicative accommodation schedules required for submission before the first reserve matters application, for site-wide accommodation schedules, both from a residential and commercial perspective, and then for the following reserve matters applications to be submitted in accordance with that indicative schedule. There is an indicative schedule that will be appended, which again is agreed, which we can provide to the inspector if required. It was part of the application, but that can be amended as far as the submission is concerned. So the intention is to have a broad schedule appended to the deed at this stage, and then further approvals by the council prior to commencement of development once the scheme comes forward. And the exact same concept applies to an indicative housing mix. So an overarching housing mix document to be appended, subject to further approval prior to commencement of the entire scheme, and then for the reserve matters to proceed accordingly.
Those indicative schedules or mixes would be attached to the 106, you said?
Exactly, yes, and they're agreed with the appellant.
Hmm.
Then we can provide them to you. They have just now been agreed from our perspective. The council provided copies and we're content with them. So we'll provide them to you when we send over the next draft. But yes, they will be appended.
Thanks. I think there was an issue about 6.1, was it?
Yes, so then paragraph 6 is a new, relatively new addition, which came out of some discussions that have been had, I think, throughout the course of the inquiry in respect of management of the existing shopping centre.
Yeah.
So when we get on to the conditions, there are some other conditions which you may have seen that have covered this in respect of a pure, let's say, construction development type perspective. But and this was really one so which we'd included really for your review and comment, because in the 106 this is intended not to deal with that hard development point, but if there's any concern about the ongoing management of the shopping centre, not from a construction perspective, from a use perspective, in our view it isn't wholly necessary. Us and the council are agreed that this isn't really necessary to mitigate the development, but my client would be willing to agree that they will effectively manage the shopping centre on an ongoing basis. What we have agreed with the council is that they would rather it was more specific. So I've now inserted reference to being managed in accordance with the occupational leases and the estate management plans. There are a number of shopping centre management plans and estate plans that are already in place and appended to the occupational leases, which require the landlord to manage the centre to the benefit of the tenants, and that just gives a bit more certainty for the council in enforcement. But again, this is really it's probably not necessary, as probably all is what we all think, but if it gives you comfort there, or it provides some comfort as to the ongoing management of the centre, we're content, and the council are content to agree it in this form, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Further revisions will be required to reference these particular.
I mean, we can do. I think at the moment we're content with this because those documents may change.
Oh, I see.
Because they are, I have them and I can provide them to you, sir, and to the council, just for information as to how it currently works. But obviously they may change because these are ongoing leasehold documents. So it would, if we do include reference to them, we'd also have to include reference to the fact that they would be subject to change.
No, I thought it implied from what you said that there's some further change required, but I think
we're comfortable with this at the moment because it provides a bit more certainty, but enough flexibility to deal with both issues. Yeah.
It does refer to any occupational leases, doesn't it? And
yes, and management plans that might be secured.
Management plans, so yeah.
Yeah.
So we're content with that as drafted. So I think other than that, this schedule again is agreed. So that can all be finalised.
We'll obviously look at the condition later, so whether there's any tweak or
Exactly.
whether it's going to be required. Having looked at the condition, we'll perhaps review that.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
So Schedule 8 is about historic building recording. Again, I know there was a question raised on the conditions regarding this, which maybe we can discuss when we come to those, but we're comfortable that this historic building recording is slightly different and over and above what the condition requires. So this is effectively, it says that we may request to instruct the Essex County Council Historic Team to carry out the recording rather than the appellant do it themselves. So it's sort of an additional obligation over and above the planning condition. And we just didn't feel like that provision, which is in 2.2, was really going to be able to be in a condition. It wouldn't meet the tests for the condition, but it is something that has been agreed that I think it's quite a common approach in Essex, I understand, that instead of the appellant or the developer doing the works, they can instruct Essex to do those works on their behalf.
The question was, well, I'm not really sure it's necessary to put that in an obligation, but because presumably the appellant could decide to go to the county council in any event and still comply with the condition.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we cover it in a section 106 is because this allows the payment of monies to Essex County Council in order for them to carry out the historic building recording, which would then be passed back to the appellant to discharge the condition. So this obviously requires the payment of a sum to do that, which couldn't be covered by a condition. That's why we have it as an obligation. But in the event that they just discharge the condition without involving Essex, then this wouldn't bite.
Okay. But presumably, the county council have a sort of a contractual wing, or in other words, do they do this sort of work for lots of developers?
As far as I understand, I mean, Christine Lyons may be able to advise more on that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah.
You're on mute.
There's an arm's length place part of Essex County Council called Place Services, and they have those talents which we don't have as small local authorities: historic buildings, ecology, urban design. So we all have SLAs with them. So they do a lot of the work for probably Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk. If you head off into central England as well. So they're just sort of they're that part of us we haven't got. So we do use them quite a lot, and a lot of developers use them now as well for this sort of work.
So the point is that a developer choose to go to that arm's length body anyway, so it's not whether it's really necessary to be an obligation, because they have that choice anyway. But I'll think on that one.
Yes, I mean your views are welcome, sir. We're, from the appellant's perspective, not wedded to this one way or the other, as you may imagine.
Yeah, and obviously there's a blue pencil clause, so if I decide that some elements don't meet the test, then I can say that in my decision, assuming that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then it's a matter for the appellant to whether or not they take them forward.
Exactly.
Yeah. So just another aside on that, I think the sole compliance statement talks about non-designated heritage assets in quite a wide sense. It's almost implying that everything on the site is a non-designated heritage asset, which slightly worries me, because we haven't really talked about that in the inquiry and considered that as because obviously the framework has certain requirements in terms of tests, in terms of non-designated heritage assets. That's an aside.
My understanding is that that's not the council's case, and it certainly hasn't formed part of the case. So
No.
I don't know if there is something more we could provide some comfort around what this is intended to cover. As from my understanding, it's less about the building and more about maybe finding something that we're not sure is there, let's say under the ground or.
No, it's just a reference in the sole compliance statement to non-designated heritage assets.
I think that there are two arms. One is what might be underground, but also it's the fact that the buildings are of a time. And I think a lot of what we're trying to create across the whole of the new town, the new town centre, is the fact that we have an up-to-date, accurate record of what was here. Because obviously that it's not an ancient Tudor town centre, but it is of its time, and those buildings have some value for the future. And we just need to make sure that we get a proper record of those those buildings. So I think it's not non-designated assets. I think it's looking at the assets that are there at the moment. So it's just getting a good record of those, and we'll have a record, and all the decisions we've looked at so far have had the same requirement. So what we'll have built up over time will be a good record of what the town centre looked like, and hopefully we can then put all that together to create a life history of Basildon Town Centre. So that's, I think, what's the ambitions of the condition and the clause are, is the fact that we've got there's one central place where they've done the work, and it's enabled us to create that life history of Basildon Town Centre, 1950s new town.
We don't have an issue with recording of the buildings. It was describing the likes of Asda and the multi-storey car park as a non-designated heritage asset.
We're just stretching it slightly in this perspective.
So that's an aside, but I say I've not heard evidence on that.
From the historic environment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Schedule 9, the next few schedules are all about different types of residential development. So Schedule 9 is quite long and complicated regarding affordable housing, but fundamentally it sets out parameters of housing mix and percentages of affordable housing, which are minimums of percentage, and effectively it shows different caps of different levels of build to rent units, student accommodation units, etc., all the different types of affordable housing. So the appellant has accepted that they will provide affordable student units and affordable build to rent units, as well as affordable standard market style units and affordable co-living units. So all of the different tenures are subject to percentages and requirements regarding both mix and overall numbers or percentages of units. So it deals with that sort of overarching governance of the affordable accommodation, and provides for standard viability reviews, which may then obviously affect the percentage of affordable housing based on viability at the early stage and late stage. This is very much standard Mayor of London style drafting, which has been acceptable across a number of schemes. So albeit that it's the usual kind of complicated formulas, etc., yeah, it is pretty standard wording. To say it sets out minimum provisions, sets out a full mechanism for viability review, and I'm just scrolling through to the end if there's anything else that we need to pick up. And then otherwise there's a requirement in paragraph 4 for strategies to be submitted and approved in respect of management of the affordable housing, and to make sure that those strategies are delivered and put into place appropriate times of occupation throughout the different phases, and managed on an ongoing basis, so that the affordable housing is secured not just in construction but on an ongoing basis.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what the caps are. You talk about caps of 31% for private sale, 20% for build for rent, 5% for student accommodation. Are they?
So just scrolling back up. So yeah, the affordable housing unit mix definition sets out effective parameters. So 5% of the total provision in paragraph A,
Yeah.
and then specific caps for the different types of tenure. So as you say, 31% of open market housing, 20% of build to rent, 5% of student, and 5% of co-living.
So are they caps notwithstanding the review clauses, or?
Yes. So the reviews will effectively require a complete review.
Yeah.
Because obviously if viability is fundamentally changed, then that will affect the overall provision of affordable housing, and also how it's appropriate to be split up over the different tenures. But again, that's all fairly standard, and it's difficult to do it any other way, because if you set notwithstanding the review, you must provide X percent of let's say build to rent affordable housing, then you're effectively knocking the viability out in other places. So it's considered better to reevaluate the entirety of the scheme and go from there.
Right. Okay. Thanks. We can move on.
Great. So next schedule, this one's quite long, so sorry about that. So there's an annex, but that's effectively just the formulae for working out the reviews. Schedule 10, so this is private for sale units. All this basically deals with is a marketing strategy for the open market housing units. So I don't think anything particularly tricky or controversial there.
No.
Build to rent. This is a bit more involved because both the developer and the council were conscious of the fact that with build to rent type units, they are required to be managed and marketed on an ongoing basis as build to rent as a specific block. So this deals with standard type of provisions around marketing the units as build to rent and then managing them on an ongoing basis as build to rent units, so that they can't be changed into something else. And there's obviously then details of what those management plans should look like, what the marketing strategies should look like, etc. Yeah, I mean that's basically the purpose of this schedule, is to ensure that the build to rent is managed as build to rent on an ongoing basis.
And the obviously the government, in terms of the framework and the planning practice guidance, talk about build for rent, although there's not much meat on the bones in terms of what they mean.
No, exactly. It's set out in the framework generally. The market, I think, has somewhat taken it upon themselves to figure out how to deal with this, but it's very common for build to rent to be required to be managed in this way, and it was specifically a concern of the councils, which we were very cognizant of, that to have a build to rent block, you really need to have a concierge for it to be properly managed, people to feel like they're living in a properly managed unit. So that's the purpose of all of this. And
the clawback element, what does that achieve?
Oh, this is a bit more complicated. So effectively,
explanation. So
no, that's absolutely fine. So effectively, there is an ability for a disposal to be made of the build to rent units. But what it is basically saying is that any disposal, so if someone wants to sell off one of the units, they have to be still required to be done in accordance with the management plans. And there is also a possibility for basically a notification procedure that the developer has to go through to let the council know that this might be occurring, and that the council will then assess the situation and advise the developer as to whether they effectively would like to retain the units or direct them to be sold in a different way.
I thought normally a build to rent would be retained by the by one owner, as it were, as a block.
Exactly, yeah. So it's to try and deal with the fact that because I think, again, this was a concern the council had, which we were completely understanding of, that they didn't want effectively for the blocks to be sold off. Basically you build the block and then you agree to manage it, but then just sell it off randomly. So whoever comes in board, the council have to be comfortable will manage and maintain it to the same standard that it's been agreed. So it can't just be effectively that whole requirement can't be ignored or got around by developers just selling the site off to somebody who isn't as bothered about the ongoing management. So it gives the council some control over the sale of the units.
Because the obligation to deal with retaining control over the block as a whole.
Yes, I haven't looked at this drafting in a very long time, actually, to be honest, but yes. So if you look at the definition of clawback disposal, which is effectively what disposals are covered by this, it includes basically pretty much all different types of disposal or letting of any of the units, but it includes letting of one of the units, or disposal of the entirety of the units, or disposal of the building comprising a number of the units. So it captures all different types of sale. So again, the developer can't just sell off a few or the whole unit or the whole block without having to comply with these requirements. Just to make clear that does only apply for 15 years from first occupation. So that's the definition of covenant period, and that was an agreement that we came to with the council, which seemed like a sensible and reasonable approach of, you know, governing the build to rent units for the right period of time, but not fettering their use for something else forever.
Right. Okay. Thanks. So moves on to schedule 12, I think. Sorry, 13. 12.
No, I think it is 12. Yes, so 12 is student accommodation. This is really mostly around managing, again, the student units as student accommodation as they should really be. So there's a requirement at paragraph 2 for management and operational plans for the student units to be submitted and approved and complied with. And this is, you know, effectively to make sure that the students get the right level of service, all the environmental and repair standards, etc., etc., and that the units are retained in student use as required once built. There is then a provision for if any of the units are proposed to be used for non-students, then a non-student management plan has to be submitted. So this is really to deal with, let's say, summer holidays or periods of time when they might want to let out for conferences or things like that when the students aren't there. But it was acknowledged that if that happens, those people should still have a good level of service. There's provision for a non-student management plan, and if the definition of that also makes clear that the student accommodation can only be let to non-students for a specific period of time, right. So 14 weeks in any year. We need to specify the uses and that make sure that priority is still given to students. So it's effectively a fallback position in case students aren't around, but it's still, the blocks are still intended to be prioritized for students.
Is there for information, is there a body of students in Basildon? I know there's the South Essex College, but that's a fairly small facility. But...
Maybe a question for the council rather than me, I think.
The basis that I live in Yorkshire, I will let Mrs. Lyons answer that. I'm afraid.
Obviously, there is the hospital where obviously there is students already in the hospital, but also there is some ambitions with the South Essex authorities to look at some sort of hybrid university, because obviously we've got some big employers, Fords, Leonardo's, and there's some look at some sort of university status. And obviously that will piggyback off what's already here. So we've got Southend there are universities already within the area. So I don't think it's an area bereft of that higher tier level 7 apprenticeship type student.
Okay.
Just on that as well, students are defined in here as anyone registered at publicly funded higher education institutions. So it doesn't have to be university necessarily, just any form of higher education.
No. Thank you.
So that's the intention of that schedule. Schedule 13 is then around the later living accommodation. So this effectively requires, if there are large enough plots that come forward, so anything with 600 or more units, that then there will be a requirement in addition to the affordable housing to provide 10% residential units suitable for use by older people, on the basis that it is only appropriate for larger plots, but that as I say, that those will be made suitable for use by older people, but they will not be only required or provided for those people. It's not they can only be used for older people in the same way as student, etc. This is more, they will be designed effectively to be suitable for use by older people.
Where did the 600 come from? Because it's quite a high level of housing.
That's a good question. Someone who was involved in the heads of terms initially is probably better to talk to that. It's been agreed since the beginning, but I can't recall unless Charlotte, John, or anybody else on the call can recall where the 600 came from.
I mean, that came from our emerging local plan in terms of what the SHMA at the time was looking at in terms of our need for that. That need is still there, and we've just our SHMA has just been undertaken by Turley, and the SHMA is looking at a similar requirement going forward as well.
I wasn't disputing the need. It was just where the sort of 600 as a sort of a minimum, because there may not be any schemes of 600 coming forward.
Well, our local plan required, that was the local plan policy at the time. Schemes of more than 600 units had to then provide 10%.
I see, so it's relating
So
to
it comes from a now withdrawn policy, but
I see, it was part of the local plan, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Okay. I promise we are nearly there. Schedule 14 is around co-living units, and this is a very similar type of approach to requiring a management strategy for any of the co-living units on specific lease terms in accordance with the management strategy. So that strategy must be approved again by the council and complied with on an ongoing basis. And any lease that's granted to those co-living, to occupants of the co-living accommodation must accord with the lease terms, which are set out in here, which are standard type of terms, just to make sure that they are a certain length, that they have the right level of services, etc.
Thanks.
So schedule 15, this is where there were a couple of points I may be able to update you from the county. This deals with various different transport highways and public realm points. So unfortunately, it's a bit of a mishmash of different elements, but I'll go through them one by one. So the first is paragraph 2, and that's on-street parking. So that's effectively a monitoring fee that's being paid on a phased basis prior to occupation of units in each phase to enable monitoring of the impact on-street parking. So it's not actually a contribution, as it were, it's effectively funding the ability of the county to monitor the performance of parking controls.
Yeah.
And it's £40 per residential unit in each phase.
They're existing controls, aren't they? Yeah.
There are some existing controls. I think the issue that we understand that had been had was that there's not really an understanding of what impact there may be on parking. There's not, because of the outline nature of the scheme. But there's no suggestion that parking is an issue for the development overall, but that the county were conscious that they wanted to be able to monitor that on an ongoing basis, and we were comfortable to contribute to that.
I mean, I don't know, is this the point that I assume that currently there's controlled parking, and therefore that's monitored by people under the control of the council, of the county council.
Yeah, we have
this development will then potentially put more pressure on that controlled parking, and therefore there's a greater monitoring requirement.
Yeah, the request for this was actually from members, and we've used it on all developments in the town centre. It's the impact on on-street parking caused by lack of parking, and there's a perception that that's going to happen. So it's actually and you're quite right, it's not a county council contribution, it's actually a borough council contribution, and we currently there's actually a county-wide partnership that's been set up by the district and borough councils in Essex, and we're part of that partnership, and it's paying for an increased monitoring of that on-street parking. And then also if the on-street parking goes up, then in an increased way of dealing with that on-street parking. Yeah. So whether we have to look at increased yellow no parking, yellow double lines, no parking and things. So that's what it's to do. Yeah. Sorry, Rebecca.
No, apologies. I with this schedule, I do get confused about which is county and council, because it's all mashed together in one schedule. That's a drafting thing we should have sorted out, but I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so that's the on-street parking. Paragraph 3 is car club. So this again is quite standard, effectively requiring to provide car club spaces and then offer those to residents of the relevant phases. And there are some specific terms set out in paragraph 3.4 as to how that should be managed on an ongoing basis. The car club, the spaces are no more than 2 per 500 residential units in each phase, and no more than 5 per 1,000 residential units. But other than that, the specific numbers are to be agreed with the council as and when the reserve matters applications come forward for each phase. The next one is the town centre highway improvements and access contribution, and that's paid in 2 tranches before occupation, again on a phased basis, and so that will be paid effectively in 2 50% tranches at different periods of time. Just going to look at so this is the town centre contribution, and that you'll see that defined, and this, I think again, this is a council. Yes,
Yeah,
this is
large,
a council
yeah,
contribution.
large parts of the town centre are not highway, so this is to deal with those areas.
Just to deal with enhancements to that existing pedestrian zone primarily, presumably?
Yes, yeah, accessibility in the town centre, into and out of the town centre.
So we also have in here paragraph 5, which are some standard provisions around highway condition surveys, which is a county requirement to effectively survey the highway prior to development, and then undertake works to bring it up to standard if we damage the highway through the works. And then paragraph 6 and 7, I think, are effectively the 6, 7 and 8 are effectively travel plan type requirements. So these are split out into a residential travel plan, but the provisions of this and the commercial travel plan are broadly the same. So, submission of travel plan, payment of monitoring fees, etc. The only point that was outstanding on the draft that was sent through to you, I think, on this was actually around the residential travel information that was required to be submitted to each resident as part of the travel plan requirements. The appellant has accepted to include travel vouchers within the information. It was something that we queried because of the large number of people in the development and the potential need for that. It's quite standard in London, but we had queried whether it would be required here. But the county are clear that they require it, so we're willing to accept that. But otherwise, it's very standard travel plan requirements. So they're replicated for residential and commercial. And there is a paragraph 7, a requirement to provide effectively travel information to residents, either by way of physical a board in each unit or in each block, or by way of a online system, whatever it happens to be at any one time. So they're all now agreed. So any of the state comments which were previously in this schedule as TBC from our perspective are now all agreed.
Okay.
So that takes us down to paragraph 9 of this schedule.
Yeah.
Again, a standard requirement to enter into a section 278 agreement to undertake the works, highways works. Just to point out on this, the definition of highway works, I think, is one of the points which is still with the county to approve. Just one additional limb which was included, which I was informed still last night is subject to instructions from the highways officers at the county end. So it's basically the last limb of the highway works definition, which is still just subject to final sign-off in respect of the provision of a new cycleway and railway underpass. I don't see it being controversial.
Yeah, it's just my highway colleague is actually on leave this week, so he hasn't seen that last comment. So we'll get back to you soon. He's back on leave from leave on Monday, so hopefully we'll get some time to finalise the agreement according to the inspector's timeframe.
Great. The other point just outstanding, which will be exactly the same, is that there's a highway works schedule which sets out in a bit more detail what those works are, because they were costed by the developer as part of the application process, part of the viability reviews, etc. So there is a little bit more detail, which in principle has been agreed to be appended. But again, that highway works schedule is just with the highways officers to approve.
Yeah.
Should come through shortly. And then we're at paragraph 10 of this schedule, which is a sustainable transport contribution, which is a county contribution. And we have agreed again some phasing of the payments, and this is all now agreed by the county. So again, 2 tranches, 50% of the payment at different occupational stages, and the sustainable transport contribution is again defined. I don't know whether Anne, you wanted to explain the purpose of this one.
It's not in my gift to do that, I'm afraid, Rebecca. I'd love to just.
Well, it is in there. My understanding is that it is not about the, because I know obviously we just discussed the council contribution is around the non-adopted areas. This is more about encouraging sustainable transport.
It's long-term transport to ensure that public transport is used over the use of the private car effectively. That's my understanding.
Right. Bus service, bus provision, or quality of bus provision, quality of
yes,
stop likes, real-time information, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
so it's to encourage modal shift effectively.
Yes.
Yeah, that's there for, and that's why it's different to the council contribution we talked about earlier about the non-adopted public realm. And the last paragraph in this schedule is this is relatively new drafting, but is agreed in respect of maintenance of the new bus station and taxi rank. So again, there's a condition which we can come back to on later on when we look at the conditions, but effectively this is requiring ongoing management. So if a new bus station is included in the development, then it will be maintained on an ongoing basis, whereas the conditions deal with managing the demolition and construction of the new bus station and taxi rank. This is to ensure ongoing maintenance and management of that. We have agreed at paragraph 11.1.3 that the management can be procured by the developer, because the intention is probably to pass that on to a bus company, but that the developer will be in charge of procuring that ongoing maintenance and management.
Is the bus station, who owns it?
So it is currently not in our ownership, but it is in ownership of another third party, but it is part of the ongoing discussions for the site assembly in any event. And that's why this has actually been agreed the way it has been, that the bus station will be knocked down and rebuilt if it turns out to be viable and sensible to do so.
Yeah. Okay.
So then the last material schedule, you'll be pleased to know, is healthcare. And I can now confirm that subject to one change, which I'll point out, this is agreed as per the draft that I sent to you yesterday evening. So the only change that we have now agreed from the developer side is the removal of limb B of the definition of healthcare contribution late stage. But everything else is agreed. So this probably does take a little bit of explaining, because it has moved on quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, as you will have seen. So effectively, this provides for either the developer to put in place a physical healthcare facility, or well-being potentially. It's actually quite a wide definition of health and wellbeing services, because the NHS would like to have the flexibility for it not to be, a doctor's surgery, but something else providing health and wellbeing facilities, and mechanism for notices to be served by the council in liaison with the NHS at various points to notify the developer as to whether said facility is required or not, and if so, what it's to look like and where it's to go. But then also some contributions in default of that, or so for example, if the confirmation comes up at an early stage that no facility is required, which we all think is highly unlikely, to be honest. The NHS, from our discussions, really do want a physical facility, but if for some reason they change their mind, there is a requirement for a contribution to be paid at that stage, so at an early stage, in lieu of a facility, and that is based on standard multipliers. So that is the healthcare contribution in lieu definition, which is a multiplier per residential unit, which has been worked out on the basis of cost of providing such a facility, standard cost of providing such a facility, divided by the number of expected patients deriving from the scheme. That will be payable up front, as I say. If there is a notification that a facility is required and the developer goes on and continues to build it, but then after 18 months, the NHS actually haven't managed to fulfill their optioneering process. I think one of their concerns is that they can tell us they want it, but it takes some time to get through, and whether they actually get to that optioneering stage. After there's an 18-month period for there to be a final notice as to whether it is or isn't required. And at that point, again, a contribution can be paid in lieu, but that's the same multiplier, but now minus the cost of what the developer will have expended on constructing the facility to date, to take into account that they might have some wasted costs.
Yeah.
As I say, limb B of that definition has now been removed, so we don't have to worry about that. So that's effectively how this works. There's then also provisions that any leases that are granted have to be on certain terms, so that the NHS are, taking standard no rent peppercorn leases, that sort of thing. And there are just some provisions that require ongoing liaison from the council with the NHS to ensure that we are updated on a regular basis, and an acknowledgement that they might be able to seek alternative funding from elsewhere, which they mentioned to us on a call last week. But otherwise, this is all agreed.
Thanks for that update. Yeah, helpful.
That's basically it. The last schedule is really county and council and county council's covenants, which are really standard provisions around use of contributions, reasonableness, etc. So nothing too worrying there.
Right, I'll just check my notes to make sure that we've dealt with everything. Well, subject to some discussion on some of the conditions. Some of those might be a bit of duplication overlap there, but we'll come to that. Yeah, that covers everything, I think. I'm presuming, I think the council said they were content with the wording subject to those final tweaks. So presumably it does what it's meant to do in terms of legal terms.
Yes, we're comfortable with that. Yes, it's agreed from the council's perspective, and it should be very shortly, hopefully agreed from the county's perspective, subject to the highways officer's final review. Yeah, okay.
And I think I've already mentioned that similar obligations were in place in relation to the Market Square and Town Square decisions. I've briefly scanned their decisions to see what they said about the various obligations. But
yes, to the extent relevant, they are. They are very similar.
Obviously, there could be differences. But right. So it really now moves to sort of a timetable for this to be brought to a close.
Yes, I think maybe that's in the county to a certain county's hands to a certain degree, because we're agreed vis-a-vis ourselves and the council, and we don't have any between the council and ourselves. We don't really have much constraint on signing or sealing. My understanding is the county only seal on Wednesdays, and the document needs to be with them by Tuesday for them to seal on Wednesday. So I think maybe it's a question for any of the county officers that are on the line, whether you consider that it will be approved on Monday to enable us to get the document engrossed and sent to you by Tuesday.
I think, bearing in mind, my highways officer colleague will be back from leave on Monday. I don't want to put pressure on him to come back and have to, like, he can park this as a priority, but is it possible to have another week to get it completed? I think it's a matter of him reading through the latest details, which he hasn't had opportunity to do. And if there are things that he needs to discuss or clarify, it would give him more time rather than expecting it to be agreed within 24 hours and for the final copy to be back with the county. In fact, we do only seal on a Wednesday due to resource issues. So I would request we have.
That would take us to 2 weeks, actually, wouldn't it? Because if the county only seal on Wednesdays, that would then require the following Wednesday to be sealing day.
That's correct.
And then completion.
I'm just asking for a parameter of 2 weeks. If my colleague can look at it on Monday when he gets in, he can agree it, and it gets back to you for if there's any challenges or any final queries, then the document can come back on Tuesday. It's just putting a little bit more flexibility rather than putting under pressure effectively. If we can get it done for next Wednesday, we certainly will, but I would appreciate that extra bit of time.
You mentioned, Mr. Roth, about various schedules which haven't been attached and which would be required to be attached. I suppose I ought to see a final draft.
Yes, no, that's absolutely fine. We can prepare that. Anyway, we have all those documents, so we can prepare the formalised draft. Obviously, we haven't done so yet because there are still these, particularly the highway work schedule is a document that will be appended, and we need the county's approval of that. But we can send everything else to you.
The county council need to have a deadline of towards the end of next week, and then you can send the final draft.
Yes.
To Vince, and I'll have respond within a day or so. and then you can get it executed the following Wednesday. Sorry, not executed. You get the county council's signature on it.
Yes, that sounds fine by me. I would also maybe suggest,
Presumably you then have the signatures.
yes, the other signatures are easy. From my end, we can make it work, and so the council have confirmed they can be flexible. I was wondering whether the councils would be comfortable doing this in counterpart, and yourself, sir, because that would make it easier in the sense that myself and the council could proceed with signing when we can, and then obviously the county would seal on a Wednesday. But if we have to do the signing with one bundle of documents, it's probably going to delay things somewhat.
I personally don't have a problem with the counterpart, but
No, I have no issue. I mean, we've done that before, so that's fine.
I will agree.
Realistically, we're probably talking about 2 weeks from tomorrow, I thought. Is that?
Yes, that sounds absolutely fine. So if we commit to sending you an agreed draft by the end of next week, and then we have a week to sort out sealing and completion.
Yeah. So that's the 26th of August, I think.
That sounds right. Yes, that's correct.
And then obviously a hard copy of it would need to go to Pins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thanks very much for that. So that completes that obligations session.
Thank you.
I'm sure we may have different people in for the conditions session, but I'll quickly change my documents.
Yes, so it's Mr. Mumby. I've told him that we'll all be very disappointed if he's not doing this from his Lilo, wherever he is. But then Mr. Mumby will come on screen. Oh, what a shame.
Really?
Apologies all.
Oh, I thought you were joking then. You said he was going to take part.
No, his dedication to the cause.
Fair enough. Is it Miss Lyons from the council? Or?
And Adele. So
Right.
It's myself and Adele Lawrence.
Right.
There you go. Let me move this.
I've got two versions of this document. I've got my own version, which I have the comments, some additional comments, and I've got the version which was sent through this morning by the council. So bear with me. As I explained at the start of the inquiry, this session is without prejudice to my decision. It's something that we do at all inquiries and hearings to get the views of the parties on potential conditions that could be imposed should I decide to allow the appeal. I've got this updated list which responds to some of my comments, and so that would be the basis of our discussion. But as I say, I've got some other comments which I'll need to make as well as we go through. Just some general comments. I did the appellant to agree any pre-commencement conditions in writing. I think that's the case. Or is it? I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Presumably, that would have to be done shortly.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we'll go through the list of conditions, and then we'll deal with the potential additional conditions at the end. So that's how I intend to deal with it. Okay. So one by one, we hopefully won't spend much time on lots of them, but make some comments. Number one was number one, definition of development zone. You've now agreed to include that within another condition, which is condition 6.
That's correct.
Reserve matters, nothing to say about that, which is number 2. Timing of the submission of reserve matters, you clarified the reason for the timescale. Effectively, I suppose 8 years from any permission. Is that what you're getting at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah. Timing of reserve matters commencement. Nothing to say on that. Feel free to interject if you want to say something. My is listing the approved plans documents. My only query here was about the design and access statement, although I think the parties would prefer to keep it in.
We agreed to retain that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so just so you're aware, it might have come across in correspondence on via email or not, but myself, Christine, Adele, and solicitors had a good hour and a half yesterday morning on the conditions.
Right.
So most of these matters are agreed between the parties, and that might be why we're a little quiet as we're running through them.
My point was about whether the DAS was effectively an application document in the sense that it's illustrative and dealing with principles rather than specific development requirements. But I understand it's part of the background, so it's okay. Next one is phasing. Nothing to say on that, apart from the fact you've included the development zone definition in that now. 7 is phasing within each development zone. Actually, no, it's that one that includes the definition. Yeah. 8, access to phases. An additional provision there about access to the Eastgate shopping centre. Okay. Next one is the construction environmental management plan, and you've added the construction's logistics plan to that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's how you get things off the highway and the likes, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Next one is next few are land contamination, which I don't have much to say about, but you've cross-referenced the submission of the scheme with investigation. That's nice suggested. Yeah.
And we put a timeline, a date as well, because you said without delay wasn't acceptable. So we put within 3 months. Yeah. Yeah. So we dealt with that issue that you'd raised.
Yeah. Okay. Archaeology. I think that's explain the reason for that. Yeah. Historic building recording. We touched on this in the 106 obligation session. I'll consider whether or not the obligation is necessary.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Condition I don't have a problem with in itself. Town centre business support. Nothing to say about that. Surface water drainage.
And we combine the flood risk with that one, so we've made it one, but it's just one condition now.
Yeah. Pipe clearance, that's quite detailed, but I did suggest whether that could be merged with the surface water one, but suggest it should be kept separate.
I think on the previous conditions for the Market Square and Town Square, they were a separate condition.
Right. Okay. Because effectively it's a job for the developer to look at those, and I suppose but maybe as a separate condition. Details to companies matter submissions, according to the design code and design and access statement.
We amended the tree and arboriculture impact statement to basically just deal with those areas with trees. We understood what you're saying is there aren't trees in all zones.
In relation to the design code and design access statement, does it need to reference assuming that this additional document A1 is included? does it need to reference the statement of conformity?
Was this in relation to your additional point that in your letter, which we weren't clear on, which said design code definitions A1?
Well, the appellant has put forward the A1 document as an addition to the design code. If it is to be accepted, it would have to be presumably referenced in a condition somewhere.
Okay, we didn't have clarity on what that was concerning.
And the additional A1 document refers to this statement of conformity. So whether that needs to be referenced in the condition in relation to the design code and design access statement. But
I think so. From my point of view, I don't think it's strictly necessary in the sense that if A1 is included, then its contents require it. But I don't see any problem with Belt and Brace's approach of requiring a state. That's what you wanted to do.
It's massive thing at the end of the day, isn't it? But
this is not exactly if we're going to do it, we're going to do it. So it doesn't matter whether we're told to do it once or twice. So we'll leave that with you.
Okay. So tree survey and the tree survey. Yeah, you've clarified that it would only apply where there actually are trees on the site.
Yeah.
The fire statement.
We just included a bit more detail into that one for you.
Yeah, it's really a matter. Is this not covered by building regs?
No, it's a requirement now of the decisions to have a fire statement condition attached to them now. Buildings of the heights we're looking at now.
Right.
So
right. Thanks. Wind assessment. Like sunlight, overshadowing and overheating. That BRE report has been issued 8th of June 2020, so I suppose it just needs to be referenced here.
Yep.
Energy and sustainability. Just a query about the height. Well, sorry, the London Southend Airport.
Adele has added a comment to that. The consultation response from the LSA advised they would wish to be consulted on any renewable energy proposals associated with the development, depending on the overall height of development, may be a requirement to assess their instrument flight procedures. So that's a requirement of the London Southend Airport.
Okay. Health impact assessment, nothing on that. Accessibility statement and management plan. You've included something about no residential access should be provided into service yards.
That was in relation to your email the other day regarding the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I picked that up from the discussions. But presumably the parent doesn't have an issue with that.
We don't in principle, sir, but I think it's worth maybe just clarifying that it's sort of primary residential access or egress into service yards. There might be requirements, of course, for fire escape access into service yards, etc. So I think if we could, I'm sure we can agree a condition with a sort of a tailpiece to cover that matter.
I mean, you could just change that to no primary residential access shall be provided. Just use that word primary. That just means we don't end up with any. That's the whole "where's my front door" bit, isn't it? You're not having to go around the back of a service yard to get access. So I think if we just add no primary in that in B, it would resolve that problem.
I'm happy with that. Thank you, Christine.
Yeah. The next one is non-residential accessibility. Nothing on that, I don't think. Bird nesting and bat roosts. It's quite specific, isn't it? It may be that obviously another condition deals with biodiversity enhancement. So, I mean, this may not necessarily be. It may be part of the enhancement, but not necessarily the best type of enhancement. My query there.
I mean, just from the impedance side, so I don't think it's particularly critical. It will provide some sort of enhancement. So we're, you know, happy for it to either be included or deleted to cover the wider biodiversity condition.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
It is quite a standard condition that we apply, and it's in accordance with the recommendations in the design code.
Okay, I'll think about it and whether it needs to be encompassed within the more general biodiversity enhancement or whether it needs to be separate. Living in brown roofs, nothing on that. Site level, nothing on that. Biodiversity enhancement. You've modified this.
yeah, we've included a first. Basically, it requires it to do a survey first, and then because I think we were asking for a strategy, after we didn't know was going to be there. So basically, you do a strategy first to look at what's that, then a survey, then there's a B, then looks at what we find.
Okay. Noise protection. Nothing on that. External materials. Nothing on that. Internal layout. Yeah, that's actually sets the requirement for described space standard. I had a look at the DAS and the design code, and I couldn't actually see anything that was anything less than the National Design Described Space Standards. There was some discussion at one point, I think, about some exceptional alternative, but okay. Ground floor frontage glazing. Confirmed it's not covered by building regs.
And it was required by the counter-terrorism officers because it's the amount of glazing that we've got there. It's to protect from blasts and falling off or flying glass.
Right. Vehicle parking. A comment there was, are these likely to be reasonable requirements?
Yeah, so we took out the requirements to meet the Essex Planning Officers Association parking standards, and it just says the submission shall include details of vehicle parking layout, blue badge parking, and active. So we basically, we had quite a long discussion on this point, and it's basically the fact that we will not get anywhere near the standard requirements because it's a town centre location. So just make sure that we've got any parking, we've got proper layout and relevant blue badge and charging points.
Okay, thanks. Cycle parking, nothing on that. Secure by design, nothing on that. Nothing on lighting or communal television and satellite. Boundary treatments. I asked about soft and hard landscaping. You rightly said that's a reserved matter. Well, boundary treatments are part of landscaping, so they're also a reserved matter. So strictly speaking, you don't need the condition. If you look at the definition of landscaping, it includes boundary treatments. Mm-hmm. That was the point there. Delivery and servicing plan. Nothing on that. Provision of amenity space. This is an area where there's a bit of a dispute. I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, it's a draft condition 42 in terms of its wording. There's no dispute about that wording. It's the latter quantum that I'm sure we'll come to in a minute.
Yeah. I'm trying to find where's the additional wording.
there's some right at the end of the document, so there's some
Yeah.
sort of matters not agreed section.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come to that. Find it. So effectively, the council want a sort of minimum provision to accord with standards.
Well, that's where the question comes from, sir. Is that what does it accord with?
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of the design code, at section 2.9, page 19, it actually says that balconies should ideally deliver a minimum of 5 square metres of private outdoor space for 1 to 2 person dwellings and an extra 1 square metre for each additional occupant. The minimum width and depth of all balconies and other external spaces should be 1,500 millimetres. And so this is why we're seeking to secure this by the condition.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I think the point from the applicant side of things is that design code, etc., is set up with that degree of flexibility. And there was, you recall, there was some discussion at certainly the Market Square inquiry about the provision of balconies and whether they are actually necessary, or whether they're actually deliverable, past a certain height, etc., within a development scheme. So, whilst I think it's very laudable to have in the design code the real thrust and aspiration to provide a level of private community space per dwelling, it might be overly restrictive to have said condition in it, and purely on the basis that there is no policy background to require such a provision of amenity space, private amenity space.
The Essex Design Guide, which has been endorsed by the council, says incorporating balconies into residential accommodation. Sorry, I have a bit of feedback. Incorporating balconies into residential accommodation is encouraged and will be expected where the private communal space provision does not equate to 25 square metres per flat. And then it talks about all balconies should be large enough to accommodate table and chairs to suit the occupancy of the apartment, as well as providing some additional space for planting. A gross floor area of 5 per square metre of balcony should be provided for houses or apartments with more than 1 bedroom where the communal or private gardens size specifications cannot be met.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Adele. I think this is probably where the inspector is going to have to take a call on this. That again, great aspiration from the design guide, but that does not necessarily lead to a condition that says a minimum threshold of amenity space should be provided. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I think that of a scheme of this scale, the Essex Design Guide gives a degree of flex. The design code submitted gives a degree of flex, and that will only benefit the rather than having to have such a fixed quantum. And I think the third point on this, so I think flex is the first, second is there's no policy requirement set out. And I think the third point is that actually the scheme, even though it's been taken through years of pre-app discussions and 3 committees, this condition appeared around about proof of evidence swapping stage. It's never been put forward by the council before. So I'm a bit unclear why it's suddenly become such a big issue.
I mean, it's the issue we've got is that it's for good design, and if you can't, I mean, the point is with the condition is the fact that if you can't comply with the condition, then you at the point of submission of the reserve matters, then we will deal with it at that point. I think it needs to be down as a clear marker for the development that we're seeking high quality private and public space, because otherwise the scheme will not work. It is a huge scheme. We're looking at 2,800 units. We're looking at massive part of the town centre, and actually a majority of the elevations that were drawn for the scheme itself do actually show balconies. So actually, in terms of the visualisation of the scheme, at 2,225 units, there was clearly balconies shown on majority of those units at that point. So I think that is an issue that we've got, is the fact that it is a strong marker towards, I'm just saying, a quality development. I'm not going as far as the length exemplar. It's a quality development, and that's what we want to see. Now, at the point in reserve matters, if this cannot be complied with, that's a point at which you would deal with it at that point, not at this point trying to take away the ambitions of high quality, open and private and public open space.
As I said, I think it's slightly restrictive from the appellant's side of things, and I think the inspector's going to have to make a call on this himself. But I think actually, just recalling a fourth point, is that obviously the council didn't require such a condition on Market Square or Town Square North, which are a similar sort of scale and height of buildings within those as well. I'm not, like I said, Christine, I'm not trying to be particularly difficult tonight. I think the provisions of the design code and the guidance position within the Essex Design Guide is enough to deliver quality development.
I think
Mr. Tracy, when he talked about the elements of open space, he'd talk about potentially some units having, for example, Juliet balconies, and
exactly.
I suppose that would prevent that.
Quite.
Obviously, need to look at the range of traffic units and also the elements of open space, be it they private or communal, or but obviously I'll reflect on that. Provision C.
Yes, this relates to the play space for child quantum. So in terms of the design code at page 84, in terms of play space provision, it states to provide an appropriate quantum of play space within the site boundary to support the new residents and wider general public and community. It's silent on any square metre provision. I'd like to point to whilst we're not in the London Plan area, I'd like to point to some good practice where they apply a 10 square metre of play space requirement per child that is appropriate for a range of different age groups. And that is what our draft condition is reflective of. So this is about high quality space in a large development.
How would you actually ascertain how many children between 0 and 17 would be within the development?
So, sorry, if I can just chip in on this point. The London Plan has they call it a child, the GLA has what they call a child yield calculator, whereby you put in the number of units and it kind of comes up through the magic of an algorithm or something with a number of children of different age ranges, and that's how it's kind of done on similar schemes within the GLA area and those that are covered by the London Plan.
I think the issue as well, though, on that point is obviously there's three categories of play space. It's not banded as one. So there's your doorstep play, there's your intermediate, and then there's your later play space. And the plan does give, the London Plan, which obviously doesn't apply here, does give some flexibility in terms of on-site and off-site provision. So you could have a situation, I've done many schemes where there's been a lower quantum of doorstep play space for the under fives on sites, or even practically none within town centre locations, and then the rest is provided by essentially the wider open space or play space network, which is is a big part to the northwest of Basildon town centre. But I think again, I've got some pretty significant concerns on this point. I mean, if we do a child yield on 2,800 units of 0.5 children per flat, which may be marginally high, but about that, that requires 15% of the application site area to be given over to play space, let alone communal open space, let alone public open space, let alone actually building anything as well. So, you know, if there is a requirement for this level of play space, it should have been set out at the beginning of this process to allow it to be brought into the design proposals. It's a significant amount of space that's required. And again, Town Square North, Market Square, no requirement in those appeals, no requirement for this in the previous three officer reports, committee reports. It was again a new condition added in. It's just very, very late in the day, sir, to try and retro or refit retro design, should I say, to try and incorporate this. I think it will have a really significant problem on the delivery of the scheme.
So on that point, Mr. Spector, there is an acceptance that the scheme cannot deliver, and that's hence why we've got Schedule 6, open space, culture, play and sports provision. We've accepted the development itself will not be able to provide probably the full quantum of public open space and play. That is why there's that. Otherwise, we shouldn't put Schedule 6 in. I think the point we're trying to make is there is a need for the scheme itself to deliver good quality, localized play. Now, that's not that is not we're not asking for 15% of the scheme to be put over to us. We're saying that there has to be some recognition of the quantum of what we then consider to be acceptable on the site, and then what has to be off-sited as part of Schedule 6 contributions that we're seeking set out in that. And that's how we've dealt with all the schemes, is the fact that the build to rent sector itself delivers a lower child yield. So even within those sites, there is a degree of public and of public open space for those residents within the site, and there's a commuted sum for how it's dealt with off-site. I think we're trying to get a position here is that there has to be an assessment like balconies, that each scheme has to deliver, because we're looking at 2,800 maximum units here. It can't just be a built form. It has to have a degree of greenness between the buildings, and within that greenness, some degree of child play up to that level of 17, because otherwise it's going to be a very sterile environment. And that's the environment that our members, and you listen to our council right earlier on in the process, they're keen not to see. So I think that we're saying the fact that it is a key to a good development, you show us why you can't deliver at the reserve matter stage the required, and then we can look at how we can offsite it and how we can deliver that as part of that reserve matters application. It becomes positive, and that's what we have to make sure, because otherwise every application that comes through reserve matters will be very difficult for us to get that through the planning process. And I think we don't want to keep having to come back to the appeal process to deal with these reserve matters. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to through the use of good conditions, we're trying to get a position where we can get as much as possible through the planning process without having to come back at a later stage.
I think, sorry, just the other thing to add on that as well is that the design code at 2.10 and 2.11, where it talks about internal layouts, talks about the London standards, and it says that while they're not required in Basildon, that they should be seen as an appropriate standard for London regional areas, including Basildon. And I think the feeling is that there's no reason why that same thought shouldn't apply to external and play areas as it does to internal areas.
Just 2 points on the condition. Does the first element, A, not give you the comfort in terms of providing a need to?
Well, from my point of view, so sorry.
Second point is, would a requirement for 10 square metres of play space effectively rub up against the parameters plans, in the sense as the parameters plans are setting the limits of the development? Would the requirement for that amount of open space not effectively conflict with those parameter plans?
Well, so I think that, in terms of point, I was going to say, in terms of draft condition 42.8, I'm of the view that it covers the quality provision of play space required per reserve matter as it comes forward. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think in response to your question 2 or B, I'm not sure that the scheme has actually been designed to accommodate this level of play space. And I don't know, there could be conflicts, basically, I think, but that would need to go through the further design process, I think.
I've got the respective views on that, so I'll consider that. Thanks. Moving back to the main list, we're on drainage and maintenance. Nothing to say on that. Neither on refuse and recycling. Nothing on noise impact. Nothing on non-residential kitchens. Nothing on car park management. The residential welcome pack, which includes elements of the travel plan. The concern there was about duplication with the 106. Although I think you explained that the welcome pack is a bit more than that.
That's correct. And we did spend again quite a while talking about this yesterday.
Right.
And it basically, yeah, I mean, that's quite right. That the welcome pack we're looking at is that widest information around health, wellbeing, community support. It's when your bins are going to be collected, that sort of general information. And I think discussions, I mean, what we don't want is lots of paper delivered to residents. I think we will try and look at how we can deliver this online through message boards and everything with it in the development. So I think we're quite content now, I think, as a group between the appellant and ourselves about that. There will be a residents welcome pack, and it will deliver what it set out in here, and it will deliver also what's required as part of the 106 agreement. So they won't get two separate packs. We'll ensure that we work together to get one pack delivered that covers both those points.
Okay. Meanwhile, uses nothing on that. Nothing on directional signage. Nothing on the bus station and taxi stand. Landscape replacement. I made a point about management, but you said that's covered by the 106.
That's correct, yeah.
Ecological appraisal recommendations.
And we've included that now into those conditions.
Okay, right. Flexible uses. Query there at, well, Class E covers all those anyway, so.
But the application was submitted under the old use class uses, not Class E. It was submitted before that.
But is it not the point of decision that's the crucial one?
Well, that's exactly right. You'd have to just change that, yeah.
Yeah.
That matters with you, Mr. Inspector.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing on opening hours. Nothing on noise of plant. Nothing on broadband, accessibility and adaptability, and water efficiency. Effectively, the framework talks about this sort of optional standard being justified by development plan policy. So that was the point I was making. So presumably there's no development plan policy to justify these two optional requirements.
But the appellants accepted them in our discussions.
Oh, yeah. The plans accepted them doesn't necessarily mean they're necessary and they really meet the test. But I'm just making the point that flood risk has been dealt with now in surface water drainage. Scheme of highway improvements and phasing plan. This is addressed by the section 106. My only question. Is it duplication? Or is it something different?
As a condition required by the county highway authority.
Again, the fact that they require it doesn't necessarily mean it's necessary. The point was, is it duplicating what's in the obligations? It's for me to look at the detailed wording and decide.
Yeah.
The fact they want belt and braces doesn't necessarily mean that it meets the tests.
No.
Controlled parking. Yeah, nothing to say on that. And then there are some additional ones that have been added to the list. This relates to Eastgate Shopping Centre, which we touched on during the obligations session. And
That's correct. Yeah.
Dealing with management, this is more about physical works, isn't it? Making good, and whether or not, well, it was said that might be covered by reserved matters. I wasn't entirely sure that's correct, but well, this ensures that it's covered anyway. Anything to say on it?
I think we agreed this wording, didn't we, John?
Yes, we did. Yes, yeah, we're happy with this. Yeah.
Okay. We've dealt with amenity space, and then the final one is the shopfront design guide and the council's request for design guide to be submitted before anything happens. The appellant's not happy with it.
No, to be honest, yeah. To be honest, so just so you're aware, sorry, Adele, is that I'm not being particularly precious about this. I just don't see it as a necessary condition. I think that matters are covered in terms of noise, etc., lighting by other conditions, and the design of shop fronts would come forward as the detailed design of RMAs anyway. If you wish to keep it in, sir, no real objection. I just don't think it's necessary.
Right. Okay.
I think it's just about conformity, and obviously the new town itself and the town centre has had a degree of conformity, and obviously you're just looking at a large proportion of the town centre coming out and new ground uses going in, and it's just making sure that there is some new conformity that sits within those, so we don't end up with a lots of different things clashing and bashing. So that's why we want a shopfront design guide, which basically allow us to create a new Basildon look, which I think will then incorporate the units that have come forward, the Market Square, Town Square North, and this site. We can get some conformity that this site will then join in with those.
I haven't checked, but with the Town Square and Market Square permissions including this condition?
No, because the in terms of those two schemes, the activity at ground level was a full application, so therefore we had that detail up front. Yeah, so we haven't, because this is an outline application, we have none of that detail. Therefore, there is an opportunity for some clashing and bashing of designs as the schemes come forward.
Okay, well, I'll again consider that one. In light of what has been said. Okay, that was, I think, I'm just checking my list of outstanding or potential conditions. A couple of matters which may be more for submissions. One was the issue of changing the description of the development, in other words, 2,800, 2,300, whatever it was.
Yeah, we've covered that in our submissions.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and the second point was the issue of severable and split decisions, but again, that would, if it was to be taken forward, would require a condition to that effect. But yeah,
and yes, and
submissions probably. I won't get into detail now. I mean, in terms of the split decision, obviously there's the issue of whether the scheme is severable. Would it cause any injustice to any party, and also does it have any implications for the environmental impact assessment? Yeah, no doubt you'll cover that sort of ground. Anything else on conditions before we finish this session?
Not from the appellant, sir.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, well, as I said before, that discussion was without prejudice to my decision, and also I may tweak conditions if I decide to allow it, which to make sure they have more clarity. But I wouldn't introduce new conditions which are change the substance of a condition. Okay, rightio. Thanks very much.
Oh, there's just one. Sorry, there is just one. We've just got, and this is not prejudice to our comments with regard to the design code to date, but we would possibly like to look at if the PIL is allowed to deal with our concerns with regard to the design code. We would like an additional condition to be considered, which we've looked at in terms of the opportunity, and that would be a prior to submission of any application for reserved matters consent in relation to any development zone of the outline permission, that we are allowed a review of the design code. And that would look at a number of matters relating to urban character and grain, land use and activity, street movement and patterns, building form, height, scale and massing, architectural style, materials and details, public realm including place, space and public art. And then following a review of that, we then can, it's submitted to the council, and then obviously it's approved in writing by the local planning authority, and then development has been implemented in line with that that reviewed design code. We are of opinion that if the consent is allowed, that we would like to see some further work on the design code to make it meet our concerns that we've had during the appeal process, because we don't think it's fit for purpose at the moment. I mean, that's our case, but that in our eyes would allow some further work on that design code if the appeal were to be allowed. And we can send you the wording for that, and we can get that across to the appellant as well.
That would effectively be a sort of supplementary design code for each zone, would it all?
Well, no, basically it's to look at before any application is submitted, we want a review of the design code. So before we actually start, so it's a basic pre-commencement condition that before any application is submitted for the development, we do have a review of the design code, looking at those seven areas that will allow us then to readdress the design code and to make sure that it meets our requirements. I know that goes against our argument, but we need to deal with that point if the appeal is going to be allowed.
Right.
I may say that comes as a surprise at this juncture, but I think my initial reaction is, firstly, obviously it's always been our position that whilst we think the design code is positively good, if you were to consider there to be any deficiencies, they could amply be dealt with by condition. And we welcome the fact that the council now agrees with, well, essentially, in that demonstrates, described without prejudice, that the nature of such a condition amply demonstrates that the concerns would be dealable by condition.
No, that isn't our point. We're saying that if the inspector is minded to approve the scheme, that we've got severe reservations about the design code, but we're saying that we need it to be dealt with. And that point is the fact that we're not happy with the development continuing with the current design code, and therefore we'd want a full review of that before any development commences. And that's our position. So I stick very strongly to what we're saying the whole way through the appeal.
So as I say, the difficulty is that members decided to refuse on this basis. The recommendation of Ms Lyons 3 times was that permission should be granted. Conditions were suggested. They didn't include this condition. So the design code point is though Ms Lyons used the word we, the design code point is a member's point. They considered that it justified refusal. And as we've always said, if there was any merit in their points, they could have been and should have been dealt with by conditions. We'll have to consider that. I mean, it's come out of the blue. That suggestion, plainly, our position is the design code is more than amply adequate. But if you don't agree, it could be dealt with by conditions. Whether the type of condition Ms Lyons has referred to is the right kind of condition for dealing with any deficiencies, as opposed to some other kind, we need to think about, because we've only just heard the suggestion of a review. But plainly, any deficiencies could be dealt with. I mean, we postulated the submission and the submission and approval of an updated design code, sort of drawing on I always get them confused. It's Market Square North is the second one, CD 6.2, the second of the 2 appeal decisions, where there was a condition for the submission of a design code before reserve matters. That's what we discussed. I need to think about whether a review of the existing one was sort of more or less complicated than submitting an updated one, but plainly any deficiencies can be dealt with by condition, and that's the main point.
I suggest that the council provide the suggested wording to the appellants, and then I see the results of that.
Thank you.
That needs to be done quickly. Preferably by the end.
Yes, please.
Although you can do it from your sunbed. But, okay, not sunbed, sun lounger. It might be. Okay. Anything else on conditions? No. Right. So the next phase is closing submissions. First of all, Mr. Howell Williams for the council, and then Mr. Banner for the appellant. I think we'll take a short break before we get into that. I mean, presumably 2 hours will be sufficient altogether, if not less. So it's now, should we break till?
May I just ask if we may have a half-hour break? I
Yeah.
think still well on target.
Still refining your closing submissions, are you?
I wanted to update one or two passages in the light of the discussions this morning.
Yeah, okay.
And I also wanted to take instructions on further instructions on the two questions that you raised. One about the change in the description.
Right.
And the second point you referred to, severability. My understanding of the position we reached, so, was that that the response to that could only be useful in the context of some liaison from you.
Right. Okay. Me writing out to say I'm considering, without prejudice, that I may allow certain elements of the scheme.
Yes.
Views on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I think we said. I think we talked about talking about broad principles of severability rather than specifics.
That's right, sir. Yes.
Okay. Right. Yeah, half an hour. So that would take us to 12:05. And then, I mean, unless you need a bit more sustenance in terms of lunch, but I'm okay to keep going for.
I'm okay. I shall be. I might turn my camera off and have a sandwich while Mr. Howell is speaking, and he might do the same to me.
But how, Mr. Howell? Well, first of all, Mr. Howell Williams, presumably you can send your closing submissions to the case officer, so then I'll get them shortly after that. And
yes,
same with Mr. Banner in due course.
yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So we'll break 12.
Just before we go, just without cutting down on the half hour that you.
Okay.
On the question of the costs application, we haven't set a timetable.
We're going to come back to that after the closings. So.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I'll see you at 12:05.
See you then.
Right. Good afternoon, just about. So we'll now move on to the closing submissions. I've had the council's closing submissions. Thanks very much, Mr. Harold Williams. So that's in front of me.
Not in front of me yet. I don't know whether somebody could email it to me.
All right.
Yeah, it should have reached you, Mr. Banner. It may be it's gone to Iceni.
On Marbella.
Right. I just wonder whether I think you have, or your junior, Mr. Howlands, have my email. Whether somebody could send it to me direct. They've not got it. I see you don't have anything yet either.
Okay. Do you want me to pause?
I think I would need to have. I think we'd all need to see the document before you.
Yeah.
I think it has been sent through already.
It's just arrived this moment. Thank you to Miss Lawrence.
Okay, thanks very much.
In front of you. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready.
I'm ready. You
Yeah.
So this appeal concerns the future of not just the Eastgate quarter, but Basildon Town Centre as a whole, given the size of the appeal site and the scale of the proposed scheme. It's agreed that Basildon Town Centre is in need of regeneration, including the Eastgate quarter. It's also agreed that residential, commercial and community uses on the site are acceptable in principle. However, 2 points need to be made at the outset. First, whilst Ms Reynolds accepted that the need for regeneration is urgent, the picture painted by the appellant in relation to the townscape in the town centre is unduly bleak and pessimistic. Mr Tracy, in his proof, says that the built form of Basildon Town Centre is extremely poor, while Mr Hancock, in his proof, states that the town's design should be understood as being flawed. Mr Reynolds, on the other hand, makes the point that some buildings, being in a poor state of repair, does not suggest that the townscape is flawed in principle. So you will be able to form your own view of the worth of Basildon Town Centre from your site visits, but we would ask that you do so with Mr Reynolds' comments in mind. Secondly, it is an undisputed fact that regeneration of the town centre has already started. And during her evidence, Ms Reynolds explained that the recently consented schemes, land at Market Square and Town Square North, for a total of almost 1,000 residential units and associated retail space at the heart of the town centre, will play an important role as a catalyst in providing new forms of mixed-use accommodation and residential-led development in the town centre, providing confidence and achieving a significant uplift in the rate of regeneration in the town centre. Whilst the appellant's written evidence ignores the contribution to be made by these two consented schemes, the fact was accepted in cross-examination. Mr Mumby agreed that the two schemes would make a positive and significant contribution in terms of vitality and viability before accepting the proposition that regeneration in Basildon Town Centre has begun. In addition to the appeal schemes, the recently built cinema will help improve the nighttime economy of the town centre, while the recently built South Essex College Centre for Digital Technologies was described by Mr Tracy as a positive addition to the town centre on the first day of the inquiry. The regeneration of the town centre has already started. These two contextual points are important for the consideration of the appeal scheme. Basildon does not need to and should not accept subpar development out of desperation. It is the council's case that the proposed scheme would cause serious and permanent harm to the town centre townscape, the very opposite of what is needed for successful regeneration. Paragraph 126 of the framework states that the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental to what the planning and development process should achieve. And paragraph 134 states that the development that is not well designed should be refused. Mr Tracy accepted that the current version of the framework places a greater emphasis on design and design codes than was previously the case. Mr. Hancock also accepted that the government's emphasis in the current version of the framework on high quality represents an important change. The appellant's acceptance of these uncontroversial principles is unsurprising given the entire rationale for the appeal scheme, and its promises of regenerative transformation are premised on the appeal scheme being of the highest quality. On the first day of the inquiry, Mr. Tracy said that the following quotation from Mr. Silkin in 1948 could have been the vision statement for the appeal scheme. Basildon will become a town which people from all over the world will want to visit. It'll be a place where all classes of community can meet freely together on equal terms and enjoy common cultural and recreational facilities. The design and access statement also states that the aim of the appeal scheme is to create an exemplar regeneration. The planning statement that accompanied the original application claims that the appeal scheme would provide the highest standard of living for future residents. And one condition, as agreed, states that each application for reserved matters consent must demonstrate compliance with the design code and the DAS in order to secure an exemplar development. During cross-examination, Mr. Tracy stated that the appellant had indeed high ambitions for the scheme and accepted that the scheme has to be of the highest quality to be exemplary. In addition, Mr. Mumby accepted that context and the circumstances of each case must be taken into account when determining whether a scheme is well designed. Part of the context for this case is the appellant's ambition to produce an exemplary regenerative scheme, and it is against that context that the appeal scheme must be assessed. On the appellant's own case, if the appeal scheme is going to work, if it's truly going to assist in the regeneration of Basildon, it needs to be of the highest quality. High quality across the board is needed, not only to comply with policy, but to ensure that the high ambitions of the appeal scheme are realised, including those for town centre regeneration. A scheme that is not of the highest quality will fail in all respects. If the government's emphasis on high quality design is to mean anything, it must have effect in this decision for the future of Basildon's town centre. It's acknowledged that the provision of 2,800 homes is a significant benefit in a context where the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing ban supply, even if none of the housing would be delivered during the current 5-year period. And there are also other benefits that weigh in favour of the appeal scheme that need to be qualified. Against these benefits must be weighed the conflict with policies BE12 and TC1 of the local plan saved policies, namely the material and very significant harm that would be caused to the character of the surrounding area, and the failure of the design of the appeal scheme to be sympathetic and appropriate to the area. The appeal scheme's conflict with the new framework section on well-designed places is, of course, a very material consideration, and this weighs heavily against the appeal scheme. Whilst much has been made of the officers' reports and recommendations, you will appreciate, sir, that the role of members is to take into account professional advice before applying their own planning judgment and reaching their own conclusions. And that's precisely what the council did in this case. The appeal scheme conflicts with BE12 and TC1 of the local plan saved policies, the framework, the Essex Design Guide, the Historic England Tools Building Advice Note number 4, and the National Model Design Code. It would result in serious, irreparable and permanent harm to Basildon's townscape and fail to ensure the delivery of the high quality place that Basildon needs and deserves and what the appellant is promising. The adverse impacts of the appeal scheme would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework as a whole, and permission should be refused. So I turn now, sir, to deal with main issue 1. Main issue 1 is at the heart of the appeal, and it encapsulates the first 3 reasons for refusal. We set out our submissions under the following 5 headings, and I should indicate at this stage, sir, that I'm going to ask Mr. Feeney to read some parts of this document to make it a little bit more interesting, so you don't have to listen to my voice for the whole thing. So, townscape assessment. The National Design Guide states that well-designed places are based on a sound understanding of the features of the site and the surrounding context, using baseline studies as a starting point for design. And Mr. Reynolds, in his proof, emphasises that recognising and understanding the character of any place is critical to ensuring that development proposals can successfully integrate into the existing community, both visually and socially. This point is not controversial, and Mr. Hancock accepted that the design guide, the National Design Guide, was very important, and that understanding context is a key part at the start of the design process. As explained by Mr. Reynolds, however, there was no adequate townscape assessment to inform the scheme design. In his proof, he explained that this failing with reference to the main design documents, namely the DAS and the design code. In particular, the DAS, where he would expect to find a robust assessment of the special qualities of the town centre. Mr. Hancock agreed that the DAS must demonstrate the steps taken to appraise context and how context was taken into account. Unfortunately, a townscape assessment of the kind conducted by Mr. Hancock, ex post facto of course, in his proof of evidence, is not provided in the DAS or in any other document supporting the application. Mr. Hancock was not directly involved with the project before October 2021, and his only involvement with the application prior to its submission was to sign off on the environmental statement. Even if Mr. Hancock feels the need, as he said, to conduct his own townscape assessment for every appeal he appears at, it's striking that in his proof, apart from mentioning the character areas defined in the Townscape Heritage and Visual Impact Assessment Technical Appendix, he makes no reference to any previous townscape assessment undertaken by the appellant. This is because there was no earlier townscape assessment for him to refer to in the application documents. It's particularly striking in this context that Mr. Tracy had no answer when it was put to him that the up-to-date government guidance was not taken into account by the appellant, given that the out-of-date CAVE guidance 2006 is the one referred to in the DAS, but not the National Design Guide. The result of the appellant's failure to undertake a full townscape analysis, taking into account up-to-date government guidance, is an appeal scheme that fails to understand what makes Basildon unique or to respond to it. The appellant's failure in this respect needs to be understood in a context where concerns about the appeal scheme's contextual analysis had been raised repeatedly during the pre-application process. The Essex Quality Review Panel had consistent concerns on this score in the 3 meetings it had with the appellant in 2020. Meeting minutes from the 30th of April 2020 on the 3 schemes record that it was considered that 3 proposals presented were lacking in the creation and promotion of Basildon's own identity. It was highlighted that a principal concern related to the emerging proposals was the risk of creating an anywhere place where the heritage, culture and character of the new town would be suppressed. The meeting minutes from the 20th of May 2020 on the appeal scheme alone record that there are concerns by the panel regarding the lack of relevance and connections to the existing character of Basildon in terms of the identity of the urban area and responding to the built vernacular. Further review and research into what makes Basildon what it is today, as well as a full appreciation of the key elements from the new town movement, such as architectural form, will help in defining the character and identity of the area and ensuring that the historical established elements are not lost. Finally, the meeting minutes from 24th of July in the same year on the appeal scheme conclude that there are still concerns and further opportunities to enhance the quality of the proposal in terms of its response to the local context, as well as responding to the needs and objectives of achieving sustainable design that will help shape the future success of this site for years to come. Mr. Hancock's contention that the meeting minutes from this last meeting should not be taken as indicating concern cannot be sustained given the unambiguous use of the word concerns by the panel. Despite these clear indications that the appeal scheme was not doing enough to understand Basildon's context and respond to it, the appellant proceeded unperturbed. The results of this omission can be seen in the DAS. Section 2 is entitled Analysis, and it's where one would expect to find a townscape assessment. The first few pages, however, just provide purely factual information. Whilst factual information is of course required in any assessment, there's still an obligation to do something with that information, to analyse it. The rest of section 2 fails to do this. Section 2.4 refers to an in-depth analysis of Eastgate and the surrounding area, without that analysis being provided, but then refers to a summary of the key findings being provided in the following pages. Section 2.5 describes listed heritage assets, noting that Brook House was designed as a marker to identify the town centre's location. 2.6 lists land ownerships. 2.7 presents an unjustified critique of the size of the town centre. Section 2.8 lists key public assets in the public realm without any analysis of their unique identities. And this is the sum total of the findings of the so-called in-depth analysis promised by Section 2. It is, as Mr. Reynolds said, high-level observation and not detailed analysis. Further on in the DAS, Section 7, as agreed by Mr. Hancock, is not a townscape analysis section. For Section 8, Mr. Hancock stated that the language of the first page provides nothing to fix on in terms of how to design the appeal scheme. He also accepted that the comparison of the two photographs taken from different viewpoints on page 129 was fairly dismissive, and that he would have done it differently if he'd been writing the DAS. The overall impression is clear that the appellant did not consider Basildon Town Centre worthy of serious consideration for analysis. Throughout the DAS, there is therefore no robust analysis of what makes Basildon different from other towns. It's mentioned that there's a canopy at the current bus station and that other international modernist buildings have horizontal elements, but there's no in-depth discussion of these new town features within Basildon or how they've informed the appeal scheme. There's no analysis of new town characteristics, those listed by Mr. Reynolds in his proof, particularly the horizontality of architecture and the strong axial layout. Somewhat ironically, the failings of the DAS are revealed by the way in which the DAS treats landscape, for which there's a section entitled Landscape Design Cues, the Newtown Principles. Mr. Reynolds in his proof notes the landscape design information in section 315 to 317, which provide an analysis of what makes Basildon unique and how the landscaping elements of the appeal scheme respond, is far more detailed than the information provided in relation to built form. It was done for landscape, and there's been no justification provided for why it was not done for built form design as well. There's slightly more detail in the townscape assessment provided in the Townscape Heritage Visual Impact Assessment, but there are two brief points to make about this. First, as Mr. Reynolds explained during examination in chief and in his proof, the visual impact assessment is an assessment of the scheme and not an exercise that was undertaken as part of the design process. This assessment played no role in contributing to the design of the appeal scheme. Secondly, the visual impact assessment itself suffers from material flaws. As Mr. Reynolds explained, the decision to split character A into 5 sub-areas leads to confusion, and the assessment focuses on land use to the detriment of other factors. Mr. Hancock accepted that what was in the visual impact assessment before section 5 was largely factual, and that section 5 and the identification of receptors didn't provide any detail on the significance of assets for the townscape as a whole. In re-examination, sir, you'll recall Mr. Hancock was taken to section 6 of the visual impact assessment, where there are 2 paragraphs on context and identity, notably with reference to the National Design Guide taken into account here, but not in the DAS. The paragraph on context simply states that the town centre is surrounded by a ring road, whilst the paragraph on identity provides a brief dismissive critique on the town centre. Section 6 is entitled Assessment of Construction and Operational Effects, so it's hardly surprising that this purported assessment of the townscape is cursory and lacking in depth. In that respect, it's representatives of all the documents submitted as part of the application, most notably the DAS, which failed to undertake an adequate townscape assessment. This failure is a fundamental flaw, given that one of the main purposes of the DAS is to appraise the relevant context and explain how it was taken into account in the design of the scheme. And the overall impression given is a proposal that's rooted in what Mr. Reynolds called the tabula rasa approach. To turn to design justification, Mr. Tracy accepted during cross-examination that if the inspector wants to look at the rationale of how the appellant arrived at the appeal scheme design, the DAS could demonstrate that rationale. This rationale, however, is lacking in the DAS and in the documents supporting the appeal scheme. The appeal scheme represents a significant departure from all other previous assessments and capacity studies, which all accepted the need for increased residential accommodation and increased densities in the Eastgate quarter without suggesting anything approaching the height, scale and massing of the appeal scheme. Despite this, no explanation or justification for the appellant's approach is provided. The appellant, before appointing Leslie Jones as architects, first produced a master plan for the quarter in February 2019. This master plan document identified demand for retail, the need for a nighttime economy, lack of north-south routes, and a demand for new housing throughout Basildon as key drivers for change in Basildon. Mr. Tracy accepted that these drivers were the very same as those currently in the DAS, and that this earlier scheme had the same ambition and aims as the appeal scheme does. In this first scheme, it was envisaged that the Eastgate quarter would provide 750 to 800 units, that the tallest building would be 16 stories, and that where the Eastgate Tower is being proposed, there would be a building of 12 stories. Mr. Reynolds, in his proof, correctly states that this scheme was significantly different from the appeal scheme in scale and quantum of development. Mr. Tracy stated during cross-examination that he'd seen this scheme design when he was appointed. Despite this scheme is not mentioned in the DAS, and there's no explanation for why these initial plans are a much smaller scale and seeking to achieve the same aims were abandoned. The same is true for the draft 2020 master plan. In the presentation on the opening day, you will recall, sir, Mr. Tracy stated that the appeal scheme and the 2020 master plan showed strong similarities, he said, and the aims of the master plan were to increase residential development within the town centre, as well as increasing heights of development in the town centre. Despite this, the 2020 master plan only envisaged 1,150 units in the Eastgate quarter and buildings largely below 8 stories. There's a reference to marker buildings in the 2020 master plan, but Mr. Tracy accepted that the master plan envisaged these marker buildings being 14 stories at most, which is the figure given within the master plan. Mr. Tracy accepted that the height, scale and massing envisaged in the master plan was nothing like the height, scale and massing proposed in the appeal scheme. Again, despite this admission that the appeal scheme is a radical departure from what had come before it, there's no satisfactory explanation in the DAS of why the appeal scheme decided to depart so radically from what was in the draft master plan. The appellant appeared to suggest during cross-examination of Mr. Reynolds that the current figure of 2,800 units was taken from the urban capacity study from September 2021. But it's clear that the document took this figure from the planning application that had already been submitted, stating that the number would be reviewed as part of the urban capacity testing. That study assessed zones within the town centre in order to provide a robust evidence base for future development opportunity. And as with the first scheme submitted for the appeal site and the draft master plan, the urban capacity study presented themes of mixed-use development, introducing new residential accommodation into the town centre and increasing densities and height of built form. Also in accordance with the other schemes and assessments already referred to, the urban capacity study does not envisage height, scale and massing on anything approaching the size of the appeal scheme. The urban capacity study concluded that the area covered by the appeal site could accommodate 1,467 units and buildings up to 9 stories. The appellant is therefore entirely on its own in finding that the Eastgate quarter can accommodate multiple tall buildings up to 21 stories and 2,800 units. The appeal scheme is not just different from all other earlier studies that accepted the basis for increased residential accommodation densities and heights, it's in a completely different order altogether. In that context, a robust design rationale for the appeal scheme is necessary. And in short, there is none. Rather than clarifying matters, Mr. Tracy, in cross-examination, made it even more difficult to ascertain how the design for the current appeal scheme was arrived at. It transpires that the drawing on page 39 of the DAS, dating from September 2019, was produced by his firm. This drawing shows much less height, scale and massing than the current appeal scheme. And there's also no marker building, which in the DAS is the driving force behind all the design decisions. Mr. Tracy accepted that there was nothing in the DAS to tell us what changed between this initial thinking that a marker building was not necessary to the current scheme, with a marker building of 21 stories. And indeed, he gave no further explanation in oral evidence when he had the chance. There's no convincing justification in the DAS for the height, scale and massing of the appeal scheme. As to the massing concept, the pivoting role of Brook House is acknowledged, but all that's said is that there could be a new tall building to act as a new gateway building, which could have dialogue with Brook House and a hypothetical marker to the east of the town centre. And it is the height of the marker building that in effect is taken to justify the scale and massing of the rest of the scheme. However, the only rationale for height presented in the DAS in section 7 is a series of tall buildings stepping up to a marker building. On page 124, there are 4 options shown, but they all include stepping up to a tall marker building, with the lowest tower shown being 17 stories. There's no substantive explanation of how these options were considered, and the reference here to Central Park in New York serves only to demonstrate the appellant's lack of understanding of the Basildon context. As Mr. Reynolds states in his proof, these options are evolutions of the same basic principle and assumption that there'll be a gateway tall building with heights building up to it, which is not justified in design terms. Elsewhere in the document, the lowest height shown for the marker tower is again 17 stories, clearly exceeding anything contemplated by anyone else before. What's lacking is any justification for the selection of the tallest building and the larger scale option, especially in terms of how it fits into the existing townscape, and in particular how it affects the important role of Brook House compared to other lower height and scale options. During cross-examination, Mr. Tracy accepted that there's no assessment in the DAS of whether a less bulky scheme could meet the same objectives with a lower marker building. And when it was put to him that there might have been a more appropriate scheme that might have achieved the same vision, he agreed and, importantly, said that there are multiple ways to design a scheme. To give just one example, in cross-examination, Mr. Reynolds stated that he personally could envisage the scheme with a single marker building without other towns stepping up to it, which would better reflect the existing design and horizontality of the town centre. No such alternatives are tested in the DAS or in any other of the supporting documents. The decision at some stage was taken to have a tall marker building far in excess of anything contemplated before, with other towers stepping up to that marker building. No rationale or justification for this driving design concept has been provided. As Mr. Reynolds stated in his proof, one's left with the impression that the appeal scheme seeks to maximize rather than optimize in density. In re-examination, you will recall that Mr. Tracy was taken to the environmental statement, in particular chapter 4 on alternatives. This chapter, however, provides no further information or rationale for the appeal scheme design concept. As in the DAS, There's no consideration of any market building less than 17 stories, which itself only gets a brief mention. And the diagram provided in the ES at paragraph 4.81 is the same as the one provided on pages 154 to 155. Mr. Banner invited you, sir, to read the section on alternatives in full, and we, sir, invite you to do just that. Any reading will show that the chapter provides no further explanation or justification for the height strategy chosen by the appellant. In cross-examination, Mr. Mumby accepted that this chapter does not add anything to what's in the DAS. The appeal scheme overall has therefore failed to analyse the context properly or to provide a satisfactory design rationale for the final design of the proposed development. These points are best demonstrated by the DAS, which is supposed to explain how context was taken into account, as well as the evolution of the design. The appellant has made reference to the fact that the DAS is not an exam paper that's being marked. This unwillingness to have the DAS scrutinised is inconsistent with the appellant's claim that the appeal scheme is well designed, high quality and exemplary. But in any event, on any metric, the DAS would fail. It would fail not on a technicality or on a minor point, but because it's unfit for purpose. It provides no robust townscape analysis and provides no convincing design rationale, with no explanation for why the appeal scheme is so much bigger and bulkier than any previous studies or proposals that were on the same site and which had the same ambitions, and with no proper justification of the preferred height, scale and massing in terms of its impact on the town centre, and in particular, the important role of Brook House. As a result, sir, we say you should have no confidence that the appeal scheme is well designed or responds to what makes Basildon unique. I turn to deal with townscape harm in terms of height, scale and massing in accordance with reason for refusal 1 and 2. The baseline. There remain some disagreements between the appellant and the council on the nature of Basildon Town Centre and how it developed. For example, the council doesn't accept Mr. Tracy's exaggerated characterisation of the quality of buildings of the town centre as being extremely poor, which finds no support in the comments of either inspector of the previous appeals. However, during the course of this inquiry, and in the light of the townscape assessment conducted by Mr. Hancock in his proof, it's become clear that there is a significant amount of agreement between the parties on the townscape character of the town centre. First, it's agreed that Basildon does have townscape elements that are worthy of special attention, contributing to its uniqueness and sense of place. For example, Mr. Hancock in his proof discusses the rigorously planned east-west and north-south orientation of the new town core and its new town core's open, canopied shopping streets and horizontality. These characteristics are very similar to the new town characteristics listed by Mr. Reynolds in his proof, particularly the horizontality of architecture and the strong axial layout, to which little, if any, attention was given by the appellant in designing the scheme. Secondly, it's agreed that Brook House performs a townscape function as a landmark building. Mr. Reynolds in his proof refers to the singular townscape function it has and examines the impact of the appeal scheme in views from near and far in recognition of its wide-ranging landmark quality. Mr. Hancock's views on this are set out in different ways, but it's clear that he too acknowledges the important landmark role that Brook House plays in townscape terms. For example, he says that if the appeal were allowed, Brook House would possess a singularity and be the key central building within Basildon, not a stud ground, but a townscape pivot, nonetheless, the centre of Basildon's townscape universe. It is, we would submit, axiomatic that Brook House can only be the centre of Basildon's townscape universe if its primacy extends beyond immediate close-range views. He also says, making the same assumption, that the new town centre core in particular would continue to provide a driving central character for the town centre. During cross-examination, he helpfully clarified that he would be happy to replace the word A before driving central character with B. That too is to acknowledge the wide influence of Brook House in townscape terms. Very simply, the appellant's opening submissions state that Brook House is the centrepiece of the new town. Again, this statement can only be correct if Brook House has a landmark role that extends beyond its immediate surroundings. And reference to contemporaneous articles serves to confirm this important role. As Mr. Hancock agreed in cross-examination, one of the two primary purposes of Brook House when it was built was to provide a focal point in townscape terms. Indeed, only one building was intended for this function. The central point is that Brook House is, as Mr. Hancock puts it, the centre of Basildon's townscape universe. It performs a vital landmarking function beyond its immediate surroundings, and it has done so ever since it was built. This townscape role was recognised in the two recent appeal decisions. In the Land at Market Square appeal, Inspector Rose said that it can be said without controversy that Brook House provides a landmark function in the town centre arising from its height, bulk, and architectural design and detail. Inspector Rose also referred to the singular landmark quality that it has. Inspector Barrett in the Town Square North decision said that Brook House is a standout building and a local landmark. These elements, together with its visibility and longer range views, ensure it's a prominent and even dominant feature in the local area. Inspector Barrett also referred to the primacy of Brook House being preserved. Whilst concluding overall that the primacy of Brook House would be preserved, the two recent appeal decisions have both found that the landmark qualities of Brook House would be eroded. Inspector Rose found that the singular landmark quality of it would be eroded, while Inspector Barrett concluded that in some views the focus on Brook House would be eroded and in a few it would be obscured. Mr. Hancock accepted that some erosion was recognised by both inspectors. He also accepted that it's necessary to look at both close range and long range views as part of this appeal. His suggestion that Inspector Barrett's discussion of long range views in paragraph 48 of her decision letter was not an important part of her overall findings on townscape cannot be sustained. She addressed long range views not out of academic interest, but because they were material to her conclusions. Having accepted that the previous inspectors both found that there would be some erosion to the primacy of Brook House, Mr. Hancock concluded that there would be no further erosion to the primacy of Brook House caused by the appeal scheme, that its primacy would be preserved in its entirety, and that there would be no adverse effect at all in townscape terms. The appellant's case, therefore, is not that the primacy of Brook House is unimportant. The appellant's case is that, unlike the previous appeal schemes, the current appeal scheme would cause no erosion of Brook House's townscape function at all. So we would submit that this extreme position is not tenable. The conclusion that ought to be reached by reference to reasonable planning judgment is that the primacy of Brook House, already eroded after the two recent appeal decisions, would be yet further eroded, its vital townscape role effectively removed if this appeal were to be granted. As Mr. Reynolds explains in his proof, the height and location of the appeal scheme would compete with Brook House, resulting in a change to the status and function of the building within the town centre, while also pulling height south away from the natural centre of Basildon. As explained in his oral evidence, his concerns relate to a wide range of views, and the following are particularly relevant. So I'm going to take the next page of the detail relating to those views as read, if I may, unless you wish me to read.
Oh, sorry, I was. No, you can take them as read. That's fine. Yeah.
They are, of course, important, but the details can be considered with reference to the photographs at your so-called leisure. Overall, the oral evidence of Mr. Hancock on townscape harm was overstated, reluctant as he was to accept simple and uncontroversial principles, while also taking the radical and unsustainable position that the appeal scheme would have no townscape impact at all on Brook House. Mr. Hancock's evidence was also overcomplicated, with numerous references to what he assumed were complex issues before the inquiry. In truth, sir, The issue of townscape harm is a simple one. The appeal scheme is far taller and bulkier than any other scheme considered for this site by any party other than the appellant. No design explanation for the increase in height and bulk has been provided, and the height and bulk of the appeal scheme would obstruct or compete in views with Brook House and pull height south away from the town centre, wiping out the remnants of Brook House's primacy and thereby fundamentally undermining the townscape of the town centre. There's a further point to add. The towers in Zone 1 stepping up to the marker tower in Zone 2 are supposed to act as a welcoming new gateway for visitors, providing a legible town edge that identifies key entry points into the town centre. However, the scale and massing of the buildings means that this wouldn't happen. In his proof, Mr. Hancock writes that at the eastern end, the scheme is more open at ground level, predicated on creating pedestrianised open spaces between freestanding residential buildings with a landscape-led approach to the open spaces between. He said that this approach would naturally invite movement towards the town centre. During cross-examination, Mr. Hancock suggested that the complete opposite approach on the western side, with a coarser urban brain, would achieve the same result. He, however, referred repeatedly to a feeling of being enclosed, which would undoubtedly be the feeling on approaching the appeal scheme from the west. On the parameter plan showing the zonal horizontal limits of deviation, there would only be between 15 to 20 metres between Zone 1, a tower of 19 stories, and Zone 2, a tower of 21 stories. This passage would narrow further to around 10 metres, while the building in Zone 1 at this point would be 15 stories. Far from welcoming visitors into the town centre, scale, massing and narrow passages of the appeal scheme at the western end would be intimidating and dominating, the opposite of the claimed intention. The appeal scheme also fails to respond to defining new town characteristics, such as the juxtaposition of horizontality and verticality. In his proof, Mr. Reynolds identifies a modernist approach to architecture, horizontality, and a strong axial layout as distinctive features of Basildon town centre, and there's no reason why these elements could not have been incorporated into the appeal scheme, but the opportunity has not been taken. Mr. Hancock's evidence on the appeal scheme's response to new town modernism was confused. With reference to section 7, he said that the Southern Hay Vista zones 1 and 2 is not derived from new town principles per se. He also said, however, that the appeal scheme is taking the juxtaposition between horizontality and verticality as a starting point and having that conversation, but that the appeal scheme is different from what's happening in the new town core. The overall impression is that the appellant is attempting to have its cake and eat it too, saying that there's simultaneously no real need for the appeal scheme to respond to the horizontality of the new town core, while also claiming in an unspecified way that it does respond to this characteristic. An examination of the proposed Southern Hay Vista in section 7 of the DAS show that there's no design intention for the juxtaposition between horizontality and verticality that's characteristic of the new town core. The stepping up represents a gradual increase in height, not a sharp contrast between a tall building and surrounding horizontal buildings of the kind experienced on East Walk. Mr. Hancock's evidence on this point shows that there's no convincing argument that the appeal scheme responds to the vital new town characteristic, horizontality. The failure to respond to new town characteristics is not resolved by any guidance within the design code. For Zone 2, there's a brief reference to pilotis, mirroring Brook House's pilotis. Otherwise, for Zones 1, 3, 4, and 9, there's hardly any mention of new town modernism at all. This approach is representative of the appellant's tabula rasa approach, which creates an entirely new place with little attempt to understand or integrate with the surrounding urban context. Where new town modernism is mentioned, it's in a woolly way that would give future developers no real steer or guidance as to what's expected. In particular, for the discussion of the skyline in Zone 1, Mr. Tracy accepted that the suggestion that the skyline should be reminiscent of modernist principles, that didn't provide any detailed guidance. Mr. Tracy added that it would be difficult at the reserved matter stage to reconcile the design code vision of substantial greening with modernist principles. Unfortunately, the documents produced by the appellant do not provide the specific guidance needed to address this challenge. Instead, they make vague and unhelpful references. To give one final example, the DAS states that Eastgate Quarter should promote new modernism, demonstrated by the precedents in the previous section, but relevant and adaptable to the aspirations of contemporary communities and townscapes. So this statement is so ambiguous as to be meaningless, and it's representative of an appeal scheme that fails to offer firm guidance on how the building should be designed at the reserved matter stage in order to respond to Basildon's unique character and architectural language. Finally, sir, the application was not subject to effective public consultation. The application as a whole was consulted on for only 2 weeks, in August, as it happens, and the application was submitted only 11 days after the consultation period closed. As Mr. Reynolds notes in his proof, this was simply not enough time for people to respond effectively or for the appellant to take any comments on board and amend the application. Mr. Tracy, in examination in chief, somewhat dismissively said that the appellant was always going to face negative comments on height. This attitude doesn't demonstrate a real willingness to engage with the thoughts and views of the local community. It's also borne out by Mr. Mumby's comments in cross-examination with regard to the views of members that height was always going to be an issue. Indeed, he accepted in cross-examination that in terms of height, members' views did not directly feed into the evolution of the appeal scheme. Even within the consultation, many questions did not seek genuine criticism or feedback. One question asked which elements of the proposal are you most pleased about, while in the responses to another question, do you like these character areas and feel that they offer enough variety for the people of Basildon? There were options to strongly agree or agree, but no option to agree. Given the lack of effective public consultation, the failure of the appeal scheme to respond to what makes Basildon unique and the character of the area is hardly surprising. In this context, it should also be noted that the public interest in the scheme is significant. This can be seen in the number of representations made on the applications, as recorded in the officer reports, and also, sir, by reference to the number of views on the inquiry YouTube page. So at that point, I'm going to ask Mr. Feeney to provide you with a different voice.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll wait for Mr. Howard. Turning to the design code, the appellant at this inquiry has suggested that it was under no obligation to submit a design code with the application. That is correct insofar as it goes, but whether the appellant was required to submit a design code or not is now irrelevant for 2 reasons. First, and most obviously, the appellant did submit a design code. Indeed, according to the appellant, a strong one. It cannot now escape scrutiny of the design code, having decided to submit one. Second, it's agreed that a design code is necessary for this scheme. The design code is included as one of the documents for approval that the scheme is to be completed in accordance with, and Mr. Mumby accepted during cross-examination that a design code is necessary for this particular scheme. The appellant and the council both therefore consider that a design code is necessary at this stage to govern the consideration of future potential schemes. In his proof, Mr. Reynolds sets out the purpose of design codes and the need for requirements to provide specific detailed parameters. The purpose of design codes and the need for detailed parameters has been accepted by the appellant during this inquiry. Mr. Hancock's proof states that paragraphs 128 and 129 of the framework put a focus on the production and use of design codes and refers to the National Design Guide and National Model Design Code as effective models for ensuring that design quality is set at a sufficiently high standard. In light of the decision in February 2021 to reduce the height of the appeal scheme on the parameter plans, but to retain the same number of units, Mr. Tracy agreed that it's even more important when considering questions of amenity to bear that in mind. Mr. Tracy also confirmed that there were a number of challenges with the appeal site. These included the residential active frontages of Zone 2 close to the car ramp and the residential active frontage of Zone 1 facing onto a service yard. This acknowledgement of the difficulties associated with the appeal site accords with Mr. Tracy's statement in his rebuttal that it's recognised that the site is a constrained urban location and therefore views and conflicts will occur between uses. Mr. Mumby also accepted that the design code needs to provide rules that will allow a high quality scheme to be achieved at reserve master stage. The appellant in its opening characterised the council's concerns with the design code as amounting to nitpicking comments. This dismissive attitude is perhaps unsurprising from an appellant who has little long-term interest in the site, but the design code is of vital importance to the council who, if the appeal is granted, would have to oversee future applications and do its best to ensure that a high quality place is delivered. Given the constrained and challenging nature of the site, it is vital to ensure that the design code is fit for purpose, that when read alongside the DAS and the parameter plans, it provides security that a high quality scheme would be delivered at the reserve masses stage. A high quality of place is needed to attract people to the appeal scheme, and if this is not achieved, then the aims and ambitions of the appeal scheme would go unfulfilled. An analysis of the National Model Design Code is provided in Mr. Reynolds' proof, and Mr. Tracy, in cross-examination, agreed to the following points concerning the content of design codes. The NMDC points to the need for specific detailed parameters and requirements. The National Model Design Code has specific guidance on tall buildings, which aims to maximize user comfort of spaces, and it also specifies factors relating to residential amenity, including noise, aspect, and amenity space. The National Model Design Code also has a separate section on health and well-being, which states that there are also specific elements relating to the impact of the design of homes and buildings that affect well-being, including daylight, aspect, and privacy, noise mitigation, security, and access to private outdoor space. The National Model Design Code also has a separate section emphasizing the importance of community engagement in the production of any design code. And paragraph 129 of the framework states that whoever prepares them, all guides and codes should be based on effective community engagement and reflect local aspirations for the development of their area, taking into account the guidance contained in the National Design Guide and the National Model Design Code. The Council's concerns with the Design Code are therefore well-founded in the guidance provided by the National Model Design Code on the content of detailed and specific rules. The Design Code inadequacies. As per reason for refusal 3, the Design Code fails to provide the clarity, certainty, precision, and authority necessary to deliver an exemplar scheme in terms of architecture, general design and appearance, transition to a lower carbon future, and residential amenity. We make the following submissions in relation to this matter. First, at the outset, the Council's acceptance of conditions that have been suggested during the inquiry is without prejudice to its primary position that permission should be refused because of the Design Code's inadequacies. Conditions regarding amenity are welcome. Indeed, as per paragraph 56 of the framework, they are necessary. They do not, however, take away from the criticisms of the Design Code. Its failures, identified below, remain in place, thereby not providing adequate guidance to developers and weakening the Council's ability to protect residential amenity and secure a well-designed place, as per the framework. To put the emphasis on conditions at the expense of a robust design code is contrary to the framework's intention. The design code should follow the guidance of the National Design Guide and National Model Design Code to provide detailed rules and parameters for reserved matters applications. The appellant's clear reluctance to accept a condition providing minimums of amenity space demonstrates that there are site constraints which are not adequately addressed by the design code, and that the appeal scheme does not live up to its own ambitions or the expectations of the framework for good design. A condition requiring an updated design code or a new design code would provide some comfort if the inspector is minded to grant consent. However, the Council's firm position remains that a robust design code is necessary for this particular scheme at the outline stage, in order to ensure that the principle of development is acceptable in terms of the very important interest of acknowledged public importance, a sufficiently high quality scheme. Without an adequate design code, there is nothing else in the application documents that would secure this result. Turning to the design code itself, at page 17, there's a list of legislation, standards, and guidance that any reserved matters application is expected to meet. But most of the documents cited are legislation, such as the building regulations, or policy, such as the framework, which would apply even if they were not listed by name in the design code. Where there is some guidance on residential amenity included in the form of the technical housing standards, it transpires that the residential units are only required to meet the minimum standards. On its own, this example of meeting bare minimums might possibly be acceptable if the rest of the scheme were exemplary, but that is not the case. For example, the DAS explicitly recognizes that as town centre densities increase and more urban homes are created in tall buildings, the importance of accessible private amenity space is becoming more essential. Accentuated by the COVID-19 pandemic, as more individuals spend increasing amounts of time in their homes for work and lifestyle, balcony spaces are even more essential. As Mr. Reynolds notes in his proof, the design code states that all units would have private amenity space in the form of private balconies, before immediately backtracking and saying that in some instances, Juliet balconies could be provided. The use of the phrase "in some instances" implies that these occasions would be rare, but a diagram in the DAS shows that Juliet balconies would be the norm for vast swathes of the appeal scheme. The appellant has stated that the design code creates a presumption that can be departed from if there are some exceptional circumstances or justification. For Juliet balconies at reserved masses, a developer would point to the page in the DAS where Juliet balconies are envisaged because of the closeness of the buildings, and the council would have no support in the design code in order to refuse permission because the exception for Juliet balconies is explicitly given in the design code. The design code therefore undermines the key ambition for the appeal scheme. It would fail to provide the highest standard of living for future residents. The design code also fails to provide detailed parameters or rules on how noise impacts can be managed at reserved masses stage. For example, the noise and vibration assessment concludes that for apartments directly adjacent to the service yard, it's unlikely that the internal noise criteria are achievable. The parameter plans envisage active residential frontages next to the service yard for Zone 8, yet the design code provides no detailed rules or requirements that would help ameliorate the situation. The section on Zone 8 suggests suitable screening to reduce the visual and noise impact from the service yard, and the relevant condition envisages that mechanical ventilation may be needed to make the living conditions acceptable in certain locations. Relying on mechanical ventilation to make living standards acceptable does not amount to the high quality, exemplar scheme promised by the appellant, but that is exactly what is envisaged by the design code. The pinch points referred to in the proofs of Mr. Reynolds and Miss Reynolds have already been referred to, and it was in reference to two of these pinch points that Mr. Tracy accepted that the site was challenging. Mr. Tracy did not, however, point to any rule or requirement in the design code that would provide security for the council at reserved masses stage, that would give the council confidence that a high quality scheme would be delivered at reserved masses stage. All the council is left with is an acknowledgement that there are significant constraints and challenges without any mechanisms or guidance fit to address those challenges. Furthermore, the design code fails to secure a transition to a lower carbon future. The paragraph in the design code where this is addressed consists solely of recommendations, and two sentences in the already short paragraph are not even recommendations. They're merely observations of some techniques that can save energy. There's no indication that these methods should be adopted. This can be compared to the example of a robust and authoritative design code provided in Mr. Reynolds' proof. The quotation is there for you, sir, to read in his proof and in these closing submissions. As Ms. Reynolds explained during evidence in chief, the draft condition on energy and sustainability provides some comfort, but the aspiration in the condition is still relatively low, with only a BREEAM rating of good sort. And the design code paragraph on climate change does not provide any clear steer for what is expected at reserved masses stage. Finally, the design code, as with the application as a whole, was not subject to effective consultation. The same criticisms for the application as a whole apply to the design code, and furthermore, the Essex Quality Review Panel explicitly asked for the opportunity to comment on and provide feedback on the design code, but they were not given the opportunity to do so. The lack of effective consultation is against the guidance contained within the National Model Design Code and is representative of an appeal scheme that has not sought to engage meaningfully with what makes Basildon unique. During the inquiry, the appellant has suggested an addendum to the design code, which would alter the wording slightly. If the appeal were to be granted, the council would ask that this addendum be included within the design code, but the addendum does not address the council's fundamental concerns. As Ms. Reynolds explained in her evidence in chief, there is nothing of substance within the addendum to provide the clarity, certainty, precision, or authority highlighted by reason for refusal 3. There is reference to a statement of conformity, but the requirement is not to conform with the design code, merely to produce a statement as to whether the application is conformed or not. The phrase in the addendum that localized deviations could better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area exemplifies the council's concerns. The addendum could be used to justify departures from a weak design code, and this does not address reason for refusal 3. I'll now hand back over to Mr. Hal Williams.
Thank you. To conclude on main issue 1, that issue encapsulates the 3 main reasons for refusal, and the council's case is unchanged from its position of opening. The appellant's failure to undertake a robust townscape assessment means that the appeal scheme fails to respond to what makes Basildon unique, with little to no reference made to characteristic Newtown features in the DAS or the design code beyond vague references. The appellant has provided no satisfactory rationale or justification for why it's decided to have such a tall marker building with other tall towers stepping up to it, and this failure is especially notable given that the appeal scheme is in a different order of magnitude compared to previous assessments. The scheme, by virtue of its height, scale and massing, would cause significant and irreparable townscape harm by competing with views, Brookhouse, pulling height south away from the town centre, thereby removing the townscape primacy of Brookhouse once and for all. This harm relates to reasons for refusal 1 and 2. Finally, the design code fails to provide certainty and authority required to ensure the delivery of a high-quality scheme. The code is especially important in the context of a challenging site and an appeal scheme that brands itself as providing an exemplar development. A number of examples have been provided demonstrating that the council at the reserved matter stage, in following the principles set out in the DAS and design code, would not have the tools and mechanisms necessary to ensure the delivery of a high quality scheme. This harm relates to reasons 1 and 3. Your second main issue, sir, dealt with the heritage asset of Brookhouse. It's agreed that the appeal scheme would cause less than substantial heritage harm to Brookhouse, whilst the appeal scheme, for the reasons given above, would cause significant and permanent harm to the townscape function of Brookhouse as a landmark. It would have a more limited impact on the heritage significance of Brookhouse as experienced in its immediate surroundings. Mr. Reynolds explained during evidence in chief that one would be aware of the massing of the appeal scheme even at close range, and Ms. Reynolds in her proof described this harm to be of limited weight. Even though this heritage harm is not on its own a reason for refusal, Mr. Hancock in his rebuttal accepted that this less than substantial harm needs to be weighed in the plan and balance. So paragraph 67 relates really to an update of this morning's discussion. And I know you've set a timetable for the submission of those documents. Turning to main issue 4, the triggering of the tilted balance. Whilst it's agreed that the tilted balance is triggered, this is on the basis of the 5-year housing loan supply and the housing delivery test and the deeming operation of footnote 8, not because the policies which are most important for determining the appeal are out of date. With regards to the operation of the tilted balance, it's agreed that the most important policies of the SAVE policies plan are BE12 and TC1. Mr. Mumby accepted that these 2 policies are compliant with the framework and that there is no difference between the appellant and the council on the significant weight to be given to them. Accordingly, when applying the tilted balance, significant weight should be given to BE12 and TC1. It's agreed that the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and the council's housing delivery test score is 41%. During the course of the inquiry, the difference between the council and the appellant on the extent of the housing land supply shortfall has narrowed, with the agreed position now being that the housing land supply stands at between 1.78 and 2.32 years. It's agreed that even with the council's figure, the extent of the shortfall is serious. The appellant has referred to the case of Hallam Land to say that the extent of the shortfall must be assessed. In paragraph 52 of the judgment, Lord Justice Limbaugh stated that the framework does not stipulate the degree of precision required in calculating the supply of housing land when an application or an appeal is being determined. If there is a shortfall, he will generally have to gauge, at least in broad terms, how large it is. No hard and fast rule applies. At paragraph 53 of the judgment, Lord Justice Limbaugh added that the Secretary of State was entitled to confine himself to an approximate range, and he couldn't fairly be criticised for not arriving at a conclusion with great arithmetical precision. On that basis, the Council's position is that in this case, the inspector, user, are not obliged to find a precise figure and would be entitled to find a range should you so wish. Nonetheless, the Council's case is set out in full in the evidence of Mr. Davey and the housing statement of common ground, housing land supply statement of common ground, with the addenda produced during the inquiry. So I've got some rather detailed points taken from the Housing Roundtable session, I don't intend to read, but you have there to look at a later stage. I hope I can be forgiven for taking that paragraph as read. It was Mr. Davies' strongly held view that the appellant was presenting an unduly pessimistic narrative of the situation, and he referred, you remember, sir, to the Market Square decision, where the inspector reached the same conclusion. Mr. Davey also explained that the appellant's allegation of a deteriorating situation was neither fair nor objective. In addition, he explained that the council is making extensive efforts to improve the housing land supply figure. These include delivering housing through the council's wholly owned company, preparing a joint strategic plan with other authorities in South Essex, and developing a borough-wide growth plan to identify all development opportunities across the borough. In this respect, it's of note that the inspector in the Market Square decision attributed material weight to the council's housing delivery action plan. We ask you, sir, to do the same in this case. Moreover, given the residential schemes coming forward in the town centre, which include a recent application to convert the Eastgate Business Centre to residential accommodation submitted indeed by the appellant, it's clear that the housing supply situation is not doomed inevitably to deteriorate. During the roundtable session on housing land supply, Ms. Lyons also confirmed that a timetable for the adoption of the new local plan will be going to Cabinet in September, which envisages the adoption of a new local plan by 2025. Many local authorities are facing constraints and a significant amount of greenbelt are able to adopt local plans, and there's no reason to believe the appellant's pessimistic prediction that it'll be impossible for Basil to ever adopt a local plan. Ms. Reynolds addresses the benefits of the appeal scheme on pages 40 to 47 of her proof. We highlight the following three matters. First, the provision of 2,800 homes, including affordable housing, is, of course, a significant benefit that weighs in favour of the appeal scheme. As explained in her proof of evidence, however, the fact that none of the housing will be provided during the 5-year period and the concerns related to the quality of that housing that would be delivered means that, while still significant, the housing benefit needs to be qualified within the meaning of that word. Paragraph 68 of the framework refers to specific deliverable sites for years 1 to 5 of the plan period and specific developable sites or broad locations for growth for years 6 to 10 and, where possible, years 11 to 15. Mr. Mumby accepted that paragraph 68 separates out the 5-year period with its focus and the later periods with its different focus. The lower test for developable sites in the second period, years 6 to 10, is a consequence of the fact that the exercise of identifying land for homes becomes less precise the further one looks forward. And Mr. Mumby accepted that this distinction also reflects the emphasis on the 5-year period of tilted balance, which is designed to ensure that current and immediate needs are met. He also stated that in his professional judgment, he would be applying more weight to the housing benefit if the benefit were being delivered next year. As a result, he accepted the obvious corollary that because the appeal scheme is not doing this, the housing benefit carries less weight than it would otherwise. Secondly, with regards to economic benefits, the Council does not dispute that the appeal scheme would be capable of delivering significant economic benefits. However, the weight attached to this must be qualified, as Ms. Reynolds explained in her proof and oral evidence. The appellant has not provided information or specifics in the form of, for example, a retail impact assessment to detail what the economic benefits would be beyond the provision of temporary construction jobs, that is. This lack of information makes it difficult to be precise about the economic benefits of the appeal scheme and is a relevant factor when assigning weight to the claimed benefits, especially in circumstances where significant economic benefits could be achieved through alternative forms of development. Thirdly, when assessing the weight to be given to the benefits of the appeal scheme, one which the Council considers would cause serious townscape harm and which would be likely to prevent an alternative form of residential-led development coming forward, it's relevant, indeed necessary, to take into account the prospect of alternative forms of development coming forward in circumstances where planning permission is refused. As Ms. Reynolds confirmed, the Council has not put forward a specific alternative scheme for consideration, but that's not to say that other schemes wouldn't come forward if the appeal were refused. Mr. Mumby accepted that the appellant has not produced any evidence showing that no other scheme would come forward, and he accepted that there was, at the very least, the prospect of other forms of development coming forward, and that's plainly correct. And you, sir, will also have in mind Mr. Tracy's confirmation and cross-examination that there are multiple ways to design a scheme that might achieve the same vision, and there was no suggestion made with the DAS that any lower scale development would be unviable. In a context where there's an agreed need for regeneration, which Ms. Reynolds accepted was urgent, where the Market Square and the Town Square developments are providing a catalyst, and where it's agreed by the Council that residential, commercial and community uses on the site are acceptable in principle, it would not be high risk for a developer to bring forward another scheme in the future, as was suggested in cross-examination to Ms. Reynolds. This is especially true since any decision letter refusing the appeal would have to give reasons why the appeal scheme is unacceptable. Any later application could respond to these reasons by, for example, reducing the height of some of the buildings. The appeal scheme therefore needs to be assessed in a context where, if the appeal is refused, the development more sympathetic and appropriate to the surrounding area would likely come forward. Ms. Reynolds told the inquirer that she was confident that developments would indeed come forward. Against the benefits of the appeal scheme, there are significant and irreparable harms to be weighed. If the appeal were granted, the townscape function of Brook House would be obliterated completely, and the DAS, design code and parameter plans read together would fail to deliver the high-quality scheme that Basildon deserves. The appellant has suggested that if the appeal is not granted, then Basildon might miss the boat for regeneration. This couldn't be further from the truth. For the reasons given in the introduction to these closing submissions, Basildon has already caught the boat, and the Council should not be forced into accepting a scheme that's too big, too bulky, and too alien for the town centre, especially in circumstances where regeneration has already begun, with the acknowledged impetus that the two recently approved appeal schemes bring. The redevelopment of the Eastgate quarter at almost a quarter of the entire town centre represents a vital opportunity for Basildon, and it's crucial to get it right. The decision to grant this appeal will saddle Basildon with an unattractive, unwelcome, and out of context development for decades to come. A decision to refuse this appeal would provide the town with an opportunity to engage in the regeneration it needs and deserves, in sympathy with the town, respectful of its history and of an appropriate scale. And so for these reasons, we say that the appeal scheme conflicts with TC1 and BE12 of the development plan, as well as section 12 of the framework, and would cause serious harm in a number of important respects. Applying section 38.6 and the tilted balance in paragraph 11D, the appeal scheme doesn't accord with the development plan, and the adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework as a whole. So as a result, sir, we invite you to dismiss the appeal. So those are the closing submissions on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Howell-Williams and Mr. Phoenix. So we'll now move on to the appellant's closing submission.
Could I just have 5 minutes? I just need to print it out and circulate it. I've just made a couple of adjustments in items to Howell-Williams as material I could do with a quick comfort break too.
Yeah, sure. We'll resume at 1:30.
Fine,
Okay.
absolutely fine. Thank you.
Okay. Have you emailed the closing?
It has been emailed over, so I don't know whether it's reached you or not. So I'm just going to get someone to put my notes on. Yes, it should have been emailed over a couple of minutes ago. So
right, hasn't reached me yet.
No, not me, I'm afraid.
So, the internet's having a slow day. Clearly.
Give it a minute. Oh, it's come. I have it. Mr. Howell Williams, any sign for you?
Not as yet, sir.
No, right, okay. Is it warm down south?
I wouldn't know because I've got the aircon blasting on full volume at the moment. So I think it certainly was this morning. I just have to see if I've got Mr. Howell Williams' email. I can send it to you directly. Oh, it's also, I'm told it's online at CD 9.17 as well. I can't find.
Yeah, it is.
So that might be the best place for Mr. Howell Williams to look.
I've got it now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So by way of introduction, firstly, Basildon Town Centre is in desperate need of regeneration. The observations of the inspectors in the Market Square and Town Square North appeal decisions remain apt. I don't repeat them, but I endorse them to you. It's equally plain that the Eastern Quarter has a key role to play in such regeneration. Key considerations are the current lack of connectivity, impermeability for pedestrians, the severe lack of green space, and the lack of an appropriate mix of uses, which means it becomes a no-go area and a crime hotspot at night. The idea that the successful transformative regeneration of the town centre can happen without the Eastgate Centre, advanced the first time belatedly by Ms Reynolds in cross-examination and repeated by the council in closing, is unsubstantiated. It's contrary to the stance taken by the council over a period of years, for example, the 2020 Master Plan Regeneration Strategy, and has no grounding in reality to anyone who actually wanders around that part of the town centre. Basildon's also facing an exceptionally severe housing crisis, with, on the council's own case, a decreasing housing land supply of less than half the required 5 years. A housing delivery test result of 41%, which is barely over half the 75% threshold of a substantial underdelivery, triggering the tilted balance. Given that virtually all land outside the settlement boundaries is greenbelt, there's no realistic prospect of Basildon's housing delivery and supply crises being resolved until a new local plan is adopted. There is a finite supply of sites for new housing within settlement boundaries, which is bound to diminish. The appeal scheme represents a golden opportunity to address these issues in what the council's head of planning, Christine Lyons, was right to call a transformative manner, which would act as a catalyst for other regenerative development. It's no coincidence that it was recommended for approval on no fewer than 3 occasions, the third of which included Ms Lyons' observation that the case for granting permission had become even stronger given the Town Square North and Market Square decisions, the further deterioration of 5-year supply, and the withdrawal of the local plan. The application recommendations for approval were, or so it seemed, the culmination of a broader process that involved a 12-month pre-app, a planning performance agreement, and the council's own master plan document, which became the regeneration strategy, which treated the Town Square North, Market Square, and Eastgate proposals as inextricably linked components of the overall regeneration of the town centre, as they are. The pre-app meeting minutes at CD 4.24 make clear that the council saw the consultation on the master plan as providing the context of the subsequent consultation on the application. The engagement with members was plainly successful, because in April 2021, members accepted Miss Lyon's recommendation to grant planning permission. They resolved to grant. The council has never suggested that what followed after that resolution to grant involved any material change of planning circumstances that justified a U-turn. What instead happened was a change of political control, which led to negotiations on the Section 106 stalling, an appeal needing to be made in order to avoid being timed out, and the putative reasons for refusal that are now the subject of this inquiry. In short, the council gave the appellants no option but to appeal. The council's external witnesses, Mr. Reynolds and Miss Reynolds, hired for the purpose of this inquiry, were undoubtedly earnest, but they were inevitably limited by having only been instructed in May, just 3 months before the inquiry, in contrast to the council officers and the appellants team who in collaboration have been working on this project for years. Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds were also frequently guilty of letting their enthusiasm get the better of them in relation to many points they took, which on any tenable view fall outside the reasons for refusal, as to which see Article 35(1)(b) of the DMPO. Despite the best efforts of the council's inquiry team hired to defend members' putative reasons for refusal, there's ultimately nothing in their case that bears upon whether permission should be granted as opposed to conditions or obligations. The attempts to upgrade the planning policy test to a requirement for exemplar or the higher standard of design didn't bear scrutiny, albeit we say that we do meet those tests even if they do apply. Ms. Reynolds conceded in cross-examination that the only 2 development plan policies relied upon in support of the non-Section 106 reasons for refusal, BE12 and TC1, do not impose such a test, and nor does the framework. It talks about well-designed places. It's unnecessary and wrong to put a gloss on what these policies say. It's plain that the council inquiry's team continued attempts to do so were aimed at lifting the bar for permission higher than policy actually requires, by using terms which neither feature nor are defined in policy, to give the impression that nothing short of perfection would do. The criticism of the design code and the DAS involved treating these documents as academic theses or examination papers to be submitted for marking. That's not their function. Further, they must be viewed in the light of the extensive collaborative work by the appellant, between the appellants and the council in the lengthy pre-app and PPA process. The fact that the appellant provided all the information it was asked to provide by the council, and the council's failure to request any further information when the application was before it, and the powers to which Mr. Mumby's rebuttal refers in this respect could have been exercised by members or officers. Neither saw fit to do so. The absence of any legal or policy requirement for a design code to be submitted at this stage, the context of the master plan regeneration strategy and its consultation, the lack of any allegation in the reasons for refusal of a conflict with the National Design Guide, and the repeated mischaracterization by the council at the inquiry about what a DAS should contain. It doesn't have to consider alternatives or do a townscape and visual assessment, which in the context of EIA development, such as this, is the function of the environmental statement. And the fact that, as I said, Ms. Reynolds accepted all the documents, information requested of the council from the appellants were provided, and the belated and unmeritorious complaints in the inquiry evidence about gaps or vagueness in the DAS and design code were never made by the council during the currency application. The council's experienced officers were satisfied with the level of information provided. The obvious ability to define in a condition or other document, such as page 1A of the design code addendum, this could have been done by the council earlier in a condition, to define what the status of the principles in the design code are, and the equally obvious ability to impose a condition if the council considered it necessary, requiring the submission and approval of a new or updated design code before the first application for RMA is submitted, as per the Market Square decision, paragraphs 44, 45, and even note that after that decision, in her June 22 officers report, Ms. Lyons invited members to consider whether reason 3 in relation to design codes could still properly be advanced. Unreasonably, the members didn't turn their minds to this. The council's complaints of the inquiry also fail to appreciate the level of scrutiny that it will have at the reserve matters and discharge of condition stages. The DAS and the design code are not the only tools that will be at its disposal, so too will the other conditions, the planning obligations, the development plan, and other policy. The key question is not whether a developer might in future apply for a subpar reserve matters. The question is whether the council will be compelled to approve a subpar of reserved matters, or conversely, whether it be able to ensure that only an appropriately high quality development comes forward at the detailed stage. The main factors to look at when seeking to judge whether Basildon has the capacity to accommodate the appeal proposals include the townscape, the effect on heritage assets, including Brook House, and an honest appraisal of the situation in Basildon relating to housing and supply in the context of the absence of a local plan. So I start with the townscape context. And first, it can't be a criticism of the scheme that doesn't seek to replicate the new town exactly. Even Mr. Reynolds agreed in cross-examination that a pastiche approach would not be good design. Secondly, it's agreed that stasis is not an option. The council has consistently agreed that the town centre would benefit from regeneration. Thirdly, even before the Market Square and Town Square North decisions, there was consensus amongst the planning professionals involved that considerably increased height was appropriate as part of town centre redevelopment, and those appeal decisions now incorporate that into the baseline. Contrary to Mr. Reynolds' assertion, the appellants haven't treated Basildon as a blank canvas. However, as Mr. Hancock explained, the site as it stands today doesn't provide much in the way of new town character to draw upon. The only new town building remaining on the site is the bus station. However, its main character is provided by the mural, which isn't original, the 1998 reconstruction. It can't be said that the site itself is of the new town. Therefore, the council's criticism that the proposals are not sufficiently of Basildon needs to be seen in that light. The town centre generally is not devoid of interest and elements of quality. However, these are in focus locations and not within the site. Mr. Hancock described the meritorious elements as being set-piece experiences along the central core. Beyond that, large number of experiences, whilst of Basildon, are not something a new scheme should respond to replicate. There are elements which are desperately in want of improvement. We suggest you will have seen this for yourself when visiting the numerous locations around the Ring Road where the back of house feel dominates. And this is why, in the appellant's view, being accused of being transformational is positive rather than negative, as Mr. Reynolds appeared to see the term. Certainly that's the way the council's officers consider the transformative nature of the scheme. They thought it was a positive, as did the QRP, which concluded that an overall increase in movement permeability within the Eastgate Quarter proposals helped to transform this site from an inward to outward looking development, opening connections to the wider town centre and the surrounding residential areas of Basildon. The scheme does refer to the key positive features of Basildon. As Mr. Hancock explained, the broader characteristics have been used to ground the scheme, such as the coarseness of grain and the narrowing street width and the sense of enclosure that's proposed to be created by the new radial route, which will accentuate the opening up into town square. And additionally, Mr. Hancock explained there are elements of the scheme which wouldn't have been included anywhere else. Zone 1 near Brook House is, in his view, most obviously worthy of a new town response, and has been given this by way of a podium to provide horizontality, coupled with contrasting height. The broadly north-south route through the site is a reopening of an historic route that was since covered over and enclosed within the Eastgate centre. This will be reopened as part of a planned experience to draw residents into the new town core. And the scheme is designed to draw people into the central space. It removes the current excess of failing retail units in the current retail market towards the periphery and will strengthen the central retail core, which would be consolidated. Ultimately, Brook House will still be the central focus, and the scheme is designed with that in mind, to draw people in and through the scheme to the new town core beyond. This is reflective of new town master planning, which, as Mr. Hancock explained, often encloses streets and then presents visitors with an open, wider experience in the centre of the town, where there's greater height and a greater sense of openness. And Town Square currently provides that openness and Brook House some height. The appeal scheme will retain and re-provide that experience of the interrelationship between height and lower buildings, leaving the visitor in no doubt that they're arriving at the town centre in the new town when they reach Town Square. This fundamental point was overlooked by the inquiry team of the council. The development zone closest to Brook House is to be treated most carefully. It's secured by the design code and DAS, which refer to Zone 1 as the Newtown Gateway and state that in this zone, high quality design is especially important. The design code also provides for active frontages, horizontal banding and podiums to create horizontality in Zone 1. And the Section 106 agreement makes provision for public art, which is agreed to be a notable feature of the new town. As Mr. Hancock stated in chief, other features which are fundamentally new town and characteristic wouldn't represent good design today if they were copied, such as the absence of greenery, consistent low-level buildings and retail dominance. In relation to the height of buildings, a matter returned to below, it should be noted firstly the Basildon is now a centre with significant height envisaged, given the Market Square and Town Square North decisions, and secondly increases in height and density are necessary in order to accommodate the housing needs of this Greenbelt borough. The scheme therefore has to be careful to pick out only the positives from the new town architecture and seek to take its cues from those elements which would provide a high quality place today. It's notable the council has been singly unable to point to any positive change or amendment to the scheme that could or should be made to make it more of Basildon. And it should be remembered that the detail elements such as materialities, facade details, etc., are all yet to come as part of reserved matters approvals. And it's here that nods the new town design and elements of a modernist aesthetic may be included to good effect. As Mr. Hancock pointed out in cross-examination, the other inspectors refer to those elements providing contextual references within the Town Square and Market Square decisions. It must also be remembered that context is not merely about the physical. Mr. Reynolds accepted in cross-examination that context includes the social context and the principles behind the new town rather than merely its physical architecture. Just add in here, that's what's notable, of course, is the critique was all based about what was said in the design code, that's about physical architecture, no challenge taken to the social angle. And the wreath tenants were socially mixed and balanced communities, no community and association, traffic and pedestrian separation, economic self-containment and self-governance, none of which concerned detailed architectural treatment or would prevent large buildings. Lewis Silkin described the aim of the New Town programme as creating a new type of citizen. Again, their core New Town ambitions were not concerned with architecture, though naturally this is important today when identifying the town centre as a townscape typology. Mr. Tracy's evidence was that the aim of the scheme was to repurpose the New Town principles and bring them up to date by including modern, positive elements such as urban green spaces. That wasn't challenged. The accusation of being transformational in a pejorative sense must be seen in that context. The appellants don't shy away from saying the scheme is transformational. Plainly it is. The EQRP approved that characteristics, as did council officers, including its head of planning. It's not a scheme that tries to limit itself to recreating a low-lying centre. Further, it's a scheme which tries to fix existing problems. Whilst Basildon's central core has buildings and experiences of merit, there's much around the periphery which requires remediation. The Eastgate Centre is not New Town. The site displays many of the issues that new towns have in terms of excess surface car parking, which has to be negotiated before the town centre can be accessed on foot. The scheme seeks to remedy that and the other issues that are creating the existing problematic edge and the interface between the centre, Southern Hay, transport hubs and existing residential areas. Permeability is a key benefit of the scheme and of its delivery. I next turn to Brook House. It's necessary to address Brook House both as a townscape feature and a heritage asset. Notwithstanding that in relation to the latter, the statement of common ground records the council advances no reason for refusal on heritage grounds, the agreed less than substantial harm is outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme. Mr. Hancock put the harm at the very low end of the scale of less than substantial harm, and Ms. Reynolds gave it only limited weight. And that's right. Brook House derives little significance from the part of its setting occupied by the appeal site, and the changes brought about by the scheme would have little impact on its significance overall. Brook House derives its significance primarily from its architecture and its immediate setting in East Square, including the sunken square. It adds drama to the immediate townscape in this location and retains its prominence. And indeed, it will retain its prominent townscape role in that location, notwithstanding the construction of the two large schemes at Market Square and Town Square North. As CD 9.3 demonstrates, the Town Square North scheme in particular will bring considerable height, a tower of some 65 metres, and modern development within 75 metres of Brook House, and in doing so brings modern elements much closer to Brook House than the appeal scheme proposes. The Town Square development is also within the more sensitive part of Brook House's setting, being directly on the east-west axis of the town centre, which retains many new town elements, and from which Brook House can best be appreciated. Notwithstanding the introduction of extensive tall modern development proposed at Town Square, Inspector Rasheen Barrett concluded that in relation to the close range views of Brook House, the dominating impact of Brook House and the planned contrast in height and scale with low-level buildings beyond would be retained. And she referred to the 75-metre separation distance as being some distance in the sunken level East Square, and therefore some distance to the most sensitive part of Brook House's setting. She went on to conclude that within Town Square, looking towards Brook House, due to the separation distance from the proposed towers and intervening retained low-level development, the listed building would retain its separation and dominating impact. She also considered that the cumulative effect with the Market Square scheme was such that the additional height and scale would help to improve the enclosure of Town Square and relate to the scale of the space and the height of development permitted in the Market Square development. Tower A, the highest tower, marking the entrance and junction with Market Square, would act as a counterbalance to the height and scale of Brook House. By respecting the hierarchy of the space of the built form, it would enhance the landmarking role of Brook House. Now, the council's concern in this case about the appeal scheme being essentially too big needs to be seen in this context. The context is one of sensitive regeneration where additional height and scale have been assessed as helping to improve the townscape and relate well to each other with existing height and scale of Brook House. In terms of more distant views, Mr. Reynolds' main complaint appeared to be that some remaining sky gap would be filled in. But as Mr. Hancock explained, Brook House isn't tall enough to provide meaningful views at a distance. It can't readily be appreciated from views around the Ring Road. It's not designed to be seen from there or from the later train station. Removing views of Brook House from the station can't be seen as unduly harmful when it's one of the only locations where that effect occurs. Those sensitive viewpoints which will be significantly affected by the appeal scheme. Mr. Reynolds relied upon viewpoint 8. However, this isn't a sensitive or important view of Brook House. None of its high quality architectural features can be seen from there, and any view of Brook House from this location would previously have been blocked by the Norwich Union building from 1985 to 2014. The appeal scheme will simply reinstate this position, and Brook House will be obscured in the view. However, it performs a marginal townscape role from this view and the Ring Road General, not being designed to be appreciated at this distance, but instead primarily from its base. The viewpoints that Mr. Reynolds relied upon in relation to Skyback are all longer range views, where Brook House is in any event not best appreciated as its architectural detailing cannot be seen from that distance. Further, many of the views relied upon by Mr. Reynolds for the submission that the scheme reduces Skyback or eclipses Brook House were misinterpreted as the scheme which would cause the effect identified wasn't the appeal scheme, but either or both the two consented ones on appeal. For instance, in viewpoint 13, the scheme which overlaps is the Town Square scheme. The appeal scheme is in the background, and the ES records that the proposed development will be fully occluded by the Town Square development. Ditto viewpoint 12, where the ES concludes development will not be experienced, and that the high level of change to this view is provided by the Town Square scheme. Mr. Reynolds' conclusion about the effect of the scheme in long distance views needs to be considered in the context of his mistaken approach to the TVIA viewpoints. His conclusion that the scheme will further erode the townscape role of Brook House is simply not correct. Any erosion has already been found to be acceptable by Inspectors Rose and Barrett. As Inspector Barrett concluded, in some views from beyond the Ring Road, the appeal towers would be seen to form an attractive group. They would mark the town centre location, fill the gap between Great Oaks and Brook House to form an attractive and lively skyline. Brook House, though forming part of that group due to variations in height, form, and materiality, would clearly be identifiable. Consideration of viewpoint 1 further demonstrates this point. The town square and market square schemes are both more likely to encroach or erode Brookhouse's prominence than the appeal scheme, or at least they're more material to those concerns. The appeal site is demonstrably set away from the new town core and has a far lesser effect on Brookhouse. We note Mr. Reynolds attempted to argue that this was somehow negative and the scheme would be harmful by placing height away from Brookhouse and the east-west axis. However, there's plainly no merit at that point. The council had previously attempted to argue the contrary position before the two previous inspectors. The space retained between the scheme and Brookhouse is plainly a positive. Accordingly, the appeal scheme adds to what Inspector Barrett considered would be an attractive and lively skyline. This isn't erosion or further harm, but the addition of further interest to the cluster of tall buildings being created by the recent appeal decisions, all of which leave Brookhouse intact and distinguishable given its clearly new town origin. Overall, in relation to effects on Brookhouse, the scheme is not as proximate or tall as other schemes, which had a far broader range of effects on Brookhouse, and neither of which were considered to cause harm to the primacy of Brookhouse. Mr. Hancock's view that harm in heritage terms, the low end scale, the very low end of the scale of less substantial harm, is clearly correct. I then turn to design and design coding, which I take together, they're sort of separate but linked. Mr. Tracy's presentation set out the aspirations for the scheme. Broadly, the aim is to reconnect the Eastgate Centre to its surroundings, creating additional places to live, work and visit, to include significant green infrastructure, and to create a high quality environment. Key placemaking principles include ensuring the centre could become a 24-hour destination with routes open around the clock, unlike the current situation where the route to the shopping centre is closed overnight. Legible marker buildings, putting height in the right locations, redefining the current town centre edge to become more permeable, and providing mixed uses and urban green spaces. Mr. Tracy stated in his oral evidence that he wanted to design a scheme which was as good as it could be, as best as it could be, and the term exemplar represented his ambition for the project rather than any policy or threshold that it was intended to have to pass. The council's main criticisms of the scheme appear to be based upon the adequacy of the documentation rather than the adequacy of the scheme per se. A sort of case not proven point, as I explore Ms. Reynolds. Much was made the choice of wording within design code, for example, and the detail including the DAS. These are dealt with below. However, the broad point is that what matters is the scheme, whether it would be harmful, not whether consideration of alternatives in one part of the documents in the appeal bundle rather than another. The council concerns don't support the finding that any tangible harm would occur and don't sensibly feed into a credible overall submission the scheme would in any way be bad or harmful, a deterioration. I now turn to the DAS. As Mr. Tracy explained, the DAS is a focused report outlining the evolution of the design. It's not an academic thesis. I then set out what Article 9 requires the DAS to provide. I'll take that as read. The council doesn't assert the DAS isn't legally compliant having regard to Article 9, nor could they sensibly do so having validated the application. The complaint instead appears to be that the DAS doesn't mention townscape enough. This submission, as is the case with criticism of the design code, is made with reference to the number of times the document uses the term townscape, rather than being based on any meaningful criticism, or being able to point to a notable absence or errors. In any event, the DAS, when taken as a whole, does plainly demonstrate the steps taken to appraise the development context, and Section 2 is devoted to this analysis, setting out Basildon's history, relevant heritage assets, land uses, building heights, and issues such as lack of connectivity. Key views identified and site constraints are noted, and as such, the point put to Mr. Hancock in cross-examination that Chapter 7 of the DAS lacked a townscape assessment is difficult to understand. That assessment simply lies elsewhere. Mr. Tracy was also taken to Chapter 7 of the DAS, and it was put to him that the concept was driven by a 28-storey market building, subsequently reduced to 21 stories, and to see the concept of a market building as negative is to misunderstand the scheme in its context. Variation in height and using height to add legibility are generally seen as positives. Indeed, Inspector Rose stated that the 2012 master plan established that some taller buildings would benefit the legibility town centre if placed strategically at key arrival points and en route to the town centre. It's therefore part of the council's own ambition for the centre to see increased height and legibility at key locations. Mr. Reynolds didn't seek to argue that the appellants have chosen the wrong locations for height. Instead, it appears to be the argument that the scheme is somewhat too tall and too broad, whilst acknowledging that height and density are desirable. This is a very fine line, and with respect, one the council's case fails to tread. It was repeatedly suggested to Mr. Tracy and Mr. Hancock that the DAS and the scheme were somehow at fault for failing to envisage a world without a marker building. Well, as to this, first, the DAS is the appropriate location for testing alternatives. That's to be found in the ES at Chapter 4. Secondly, adding legibility and height was central to the design ethos, as explained by Mr. Tracy in cross-examination, as this was core to the success of the scheme to mark the journey from the station to town centre. The principle of height cannot sensibly be challenged, as set out above. The council's case fails to establish any negative consequences arising out of the proposed buildings. It's not immediately clear what more the council considers should have been done. It should be clear from the totality of the evidence before the inspector, including Mr. Tracy's careful and considered approach to the scheme, that the appellants haven't approached Basildon as a blank sheet, and they don't have apathy towards the town centre. They have instead taken a considered approach to the scheme and thought carefully about how to respond to the opportunities and challenges presented by the potential to regenerate the site, including an extensive year-long pre-application engagement with the council officers, culminating in the endorsement of the scheme and proposed heights by the council's head of planning in 3 separate officer reports. The suggestion of the council's closing that the appellant was, quote, on its own in finding that the Eastern Quarter can accommodate multiple tall buildings up to 21 stories and 2,800 units is entirely untenable. The DAS is legally compliant, and the criticisms made of it don't amount to anything of substance whatsoever. I turn now to the National Design Guide. The appellants are heavily criticised by Mr. Reynolds and the council by failing to refer to the National Design Guide. It featured quite a lot of my learned friends' closings. But this is a criticism which is all form and substance. Mr. Reynolds accepted that there were some timing issues and the design guide hadn't been published at the point of the application. He also acknowledged, importantly, that the alleged conflict with the National Design Guide wasn't part of the reasons for refusal. So that's another illustration of where the council's case strayed demonstrably beyond the reasons for refusal, as to which I do ask you to have a look at Article 35 1b. The council wasn't able to state with any clarity what elements the design guide the scheme was said to conflict with. Mr. Reynolds referred to the emphasis within the design guide on context. However, it can't sensibly be said the scheme has ignored its context. Chapter 2 of the DAS, to take one dot example, shows that context has plainly played a significant role in the design of the scheme. Mr. Hancock's written evidence also provided a full consideration of the context, which wasn't challenged. The failure to slavishly replace what exists already is not a sensible criticism of the scheme, and it's not what the National Design Guide requires. The Design Guide talks of new development relating well to existing context and being influenced positively by context, not replacing it. Paragraph 59 is particularly apt, stating that where the scale of density of development is very different to the existing place, it may be more appropriate to create a new identity rather than to scale up the character of an existing place in its context. As Mr. Tracy's presentation demonstrates, the needs of today are quite different from the aspirations that inform the Newtown Master Plan. The scheme is designed for residents who are unlikely to own a car and are more likely to rent than own. Any new development must meet these needs rather than the car-centric design peoples inform the Newtown. It's therefore inappropriate to seek to replicate those elements which wouldn't serve those residents, and instead they should be replaced with ones that do, such as the green spaces of buildings with appropriate tenures, such as by build to rent. This is also not a criticism which would be raised by anybody else considering the scheme. The council considered that the context analysis is strong, and the EQRP noted that the panel recognised each of the applicants' appreciation and awareness of the connecting the town centres to the wider context in order to create a well-used central area and new residential district in Basildon. Mr. Reynolds' concerns are therefore not echoed any elsewhere, and is sure they should be rejected. Mr. Hancock's evidence that the scheme is not in conflict with the National Design Guide in terms of how context has been approached should be preferred. Importantly, Mr. Reynolds conceded in his cross-examination that, save for a strong axial layout, all his key elements of local distinctiveness for consideration at the detailed design stage. The scheme proposes to create a strong axial route in the town centre core, and therefore, in his own case, should be seen as providing for as much as local distinctiveness at this stage as can be expected of an outline scheme. I then turn to the alleged pinch points. I just want to stress the word alleged. We've called them pinch points during the inquiry because that's how the council's characterised them. There's sometimes when you use a term that's contested, it sometimes becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. We don't accept the characterisation. I just want to stress that. The complaint in this respect appeared primarily to relate to the area around the bus station where residential use is proposed within Zone 1, and a concern that service yard activities may mean that areas proposed for residential use would be subject to unacceptable noise impacts. However, when these concerns are fairly considered, they don't raise any issue which can't be overcome at reserved matter stage. In relation to the bus station, whilst the plans show residential frontage in this location, frontage doesn't equate to bedroom windows. The designers of the detailed scheme would be astute to the potential conflict, and it's possible to design a scheme which places other elements along this frontage, such as bike stores, communal circulation space, and other elements. Further, whilst Zone 1 has a frontage of the bus station, at ground floor level, this will primarily be a commercial frontage, with the access to residential properties located elsewhere, and the residential's properties at first floor and above. We don't think it's necessary to do this, but if you'd like, you can put the matter beyond doubt, you could impose a limb B of condition 25 discussed earlier, which would secure a situation where residential access couldn't be taken from service yards. In relation to service yards noise, the noise assessment itself recognises the detailed survey is required. The assessment is naturally based upon assumptions and estimates given the proposed uses and final design haven't yet been finalised. Nothing unorthodox about that. Moreover, the report also identifies ways in which the detailed scheme could avoid significant effects by locating the service yard at basement level or related commercial uses to this area. It's therefore not an effect which is by any means bound to occur, and the council will be able to ensure at the detailed design stage that it doesn't. It's notable that all of the environmental assessments submitted with the scheme, this is the lone effect that was identified by the council's appeal team as being of note, and is entirely capable of being avoided. It's also telling, perhaps not in relation to the service yard issue, but in terms of townscape and hints about crime, etc., that similar proximities exist between the Town Square North and Market Square schemes, as Mr. Reynolds acknowledged in cross-examination. So it's clear that the alleged pinch points in reality don't give rise to material planning harm, and the council could find no true example of any harm that's bound to occur being embedded in the scheme as a consequence of that line permission. And it's embedded, which has to be the real question here. It's not, could somebody apply for this? It's what can the council ensure, well, what does the council have power to avoid at the reserved matter stage? Or what is it compelled to do by the grant of permission? Because we're only looking at the principles and parameters here. Standing back, it's actually somewhat remarkable that such a large scheme gives rise to such little harm, and one would normally expect some units to experience amenity impacts. That's normally taken to be the price to be paid for the economic and other benefits being brought about by a development of this nature. But in this instance, the council can't even point to instances where harm will necessarily occur. And additionally, condition 31 secures noise levels within residential units to within guideline levels. And turn then to the design code. Mr. Reynolds' objection to the design code appears principally to be that it would not allow for flexibility. Sorry, that it should not allow for any flexibility whatsoever. Repeated references in his evidence to certainty make that clear. However, the eventual designers of the detailed scheme need some degree of flexibility to design their own project. The design code provides an appropriate balance between, on the one hand, providing a clear steer as to what the details of development should involve, whilst at the same time not imposing a straitjacket, which is inappropriate for an outline permission on a scheme of this scale, which will be delivered over many years. Additional criticisms are response as follows. Firstly, the length of the pre-application consultation of the scheme design and the absence of a specific pre-application consultation on the design code. As to this, at the time the application was submitted, there was no requirement at all, either in law or in policy, for pre-application consultation on the design code. The consultation that did take place was entirely voluntary and beyond what was necessary. Secondly, in the post-application consultation by the council, after the application was submitted, there were no comments on the specific terms of the design code. Accordingly, there's nothing to suggest a longer pre-application public consultation or a pre-app consultation with the public on the code itself specifically would have led to any different result. In any event, consultation did take place both prior to the application and after it was submitted, and the statement of community involvement demonstrates there was in fact considerable public and stakeholder engagement. As the pre-app notes made clear, the appellants took their cue from the council, including Ms Lyons, the head of planning, in relation to the timing and duration of the consultation. And as found by Inspector Barrett in the Town Square scheme, where the council raised a strikingly similar argument, unsuccessfully, consultation is principally a matter for the council, rather than going to whether permission should be granted or refused. And of course, the context for all of this was the earlier consultation by the council on the master plan regeneration strategy, which formed the framework both for this and the Town Square and Market Square applications at that time. The April 2021 report is replete with references to Ms Lyons' judgment that the appeal scheme is in accordance with the aspiration of that document. And you'll recall, sir, the meeting minutes indicate the council say, hold fire on your consultation, you want to get the master plan one done first. The two are very much seen as sequential steps along the same journey. Further context is that the details of the scheme are for the reserve matters stage, at which there will be further consultation. The next criticism was the use of shall, must, and should, and the sort of the linguistic point advanced by Mr. Reynolds. Well, as Mr. Tracy said, architects aren't wordsmiths, and I repeat what I said before, design codes aren't examination papers. In any event, the design code is not a legal document, and the council's attempt to treat it as such and apply this over excessively legalistic interpretation shouldn't be followed. His criticism of the use of the word should was based on a numerical count of the number of times the word was used, and he said in cross-examination he'd only looked numerically at the quantity of shoulds and musts and hadn't considered whether the use of them was appropriate in their context. Mr. Tracy explained that in some places it's entirely appropriate to use the word should. For example, unit sizes should meet NDSS is intended to be expressed as a minimum. If it said must, then the concern was this could mean that it couldn't be exceeded. This entire complaint, even if it has any merit at all, is capable of being dealt with by the submitted additional page 1A to the design code, which explains that should is mandatory unless it says otherwise, and the references to minimum rather than maximum limits. The National Model Design Code itself tellingly uses the word should throughout, so it's hardly a term to be avoided at all costs in the design code. The next point was consideration of alternatives. Well, it's no function of a design code to consider alternatives. It's the function of the EIA to do that. Sorry, just give me. Lost my page. There we are. So it's not a requirement of the DC. This is an EIA requirement, and quite properly, the consideration of alternatives is to be found in the environmental statement. And secondly, various alternatives to the height of the market building were discussed and agreed with planning officers as part of those extensive PPA governed pre-app meetings. As already highlighted, the principle of a market building was a key positive element of the scheme. Moreover, a design code is not a legal requirement for a valid application. It would have been entirely appropriate simply to have a condition requiring the provision of the design code as part of the outline scheme, ensuring that one was prepared in advance of reserve matters submissions, as per the Town Square North decision. That's exactly what the inspector did in that case. Even Mr. Reynolds agreed that it wasn't necessary to submit a design code per se. It was just an applicant needed to provide something to show you can deliver 2,800 units to a high quality design. To the extent that Mr. Reynolds sought in his evidence to argue that the test was whether the inspector could be certain the design would be high quality, we submit that sets the bar too high. Planning is never about, or almost never about, providing certainty. Instead, the decision maker needs to be satisfied on the balance of probabilities that there is, to quote Inspector Barrett, an appropriate assurance of the design principles. It should be noted that the Town Square North scheme did not submit a design code at all. The council duly raised this as part of the opposition to the appeal, and Inspector Barrett roundly rejected the criticism. We invite you to do the same. In truth, the council's criticism of the design code couldn't be wider of the mark. The design code is a thoughtful and thorough blueprint, which will be of considerable utility both to the scheme developers and to the council. It goes significantly further than what one ordinarily sees in relation to an outline planning application for a large scheme of this nature. Far from being criticised, it should be positively praised. I turn then to the suggestion, to use the vernacular, that's too big. It's a notable feature of this appeal that the council cannot readily identify any real harm that's said to be caused by the height and so-called bulk of the scheme. As discussed above, the perceived pinch points and erosion of the landscape, the council's words, not ours, are criticisms without any substance. And as such, the council left arguing that simply it's just too big. But it does so without any support from policy or adopted documents. The question, therefore, is too big for what? The scheme can readily be accommodated in the townscape, and in our submission, it's not out of step with the council's own aspirations or need. The 2020 master plan clearly envisages at a basic level an increase in height and density in the town centre, and the now withdrawn local plan was proposing to locate significant housing numbers in the town centre. In terms of the numbers envisaged to be delivered on the Eastgate site in the 2020 documents, these aren't capacity assessments, they don't represent a cap, merely an estimation of how the council's proposal to increase height and density could broadly be accommodated. The 2021 capacity standards should also not be seen as a cap. They couldn't sensibly be approached this way, given the decisions at Market Square and Town Square North, which well exceed the 13-storey option D analysis. It should also be noted that the document is expressed having a 50-year time frame. So it's only ever an answer to provide a small proportion of the 4,500 units it aims to accommodate within the 5-year time frame. It can't alone be an answer to making up the 4,000 shortfall within a reasonable period. The now withdrawn local plan aimed to provide an additional 4,700 units in the centre. That simply can't be achieved without height and massing. It's likely that any future plan will share the same aim, given the ever-increasing housing numbers as discussed below. Further, in Basildon particularly, accommodating a large number of homes in the town centre makes good sense. The alternative is large-scale greenbelt release, and attempting to argue the presence of Brook House and new town centre layout would amount to an exceptional circumstance to justify greenbelt on the basis the town centre had to be kept free. Therefore, the suggestion the scheme is too big should be rejected. I then turn to housing land supply. The ultimate position of the parties after another round of concessions to the council is recorded in the updated housing supply position note. In the summary, the council considers it has a supply of 2.32 years and the appellant's 1.78 years. The shortfall is either 3,000, just over 3,300 or just over 4,000 units. On any view, the shortfall is significant, and even with Reynolds accepted, the need for housing and regeneration in Basildon is urgent. Properly viewed, Basildon is facing the sharp end of the housing crisis, and much needed homes are not being met. The historic position shows this isn't just a short-term issue in Basildon. The supply is chronic, and it goes back many years. The situation is getting worse. The position has even worsened across the 3 recent town centre appeals. At the town square appeal in January, the council claimed 2.88 years. And despite that appeal being allowed, the council now considers it lost about half a year from the supply. The borough is constrained by Greenbelt, which is a problem that's not going to go away. Nonetheless, it must find somewhere to accommodate its housing need. The only sensible place to start is in the town centres. Further, the council's absence of a local plan means the situation is very unlikely to improve. It can't allocate or bring forward Greenbelt releases without a local plan, and so the supply of available land is necessarily finite and diminishing. Even the council's own action plan recognises the situation won't improve without the adoption of a local plan, and there currently isn't a timescale for when that might be. We're told there might be a timescale soon, but there's not actually anything that's been decided yet in that respect. In short, the council can't demonstrate a supply, and they can't show any realistic steps it's taken to make good that shortfall. The only answer is the grant applications for planning permission. The sheer scale of the shortfall and urgency of the position also weigh in favour of the quantum of the appeal scheme, which assist not only with immediate supply, but also longer-term delivery. In relation to site-specific issues on the housing supply, we make the following brief observations. Firstly, you must look for clear evidence where sites don't have planning permission, which is all sites save for Market Square, to which the debate is centred around a realistic rate of delivery. The council has now had a great number of attempts at providing clear evidence to support their claimed trajectory across this inquiry and the two previous ones. However, as explained by Nick Ireland in the roundtable discussion, clear evidence as required by the PPG is still wanting in relation to a large number of the sites. Inspector Rose's very conclusion that a substantial proportion of the council's projected supply doesn't attain the threshold of deliverability remains true. In relation to healer sites, the council has still, after numerous attempts, failed to provide site-specific evidence as to the suitability, achievability, yield, viability, progress, and development timescales. At paragraph 97 of the Market Square decision, Inspector Rose discounted all of the Basildon Council-owned sites within the future building programme, saying there's no firm evidence to support the prospect of delivery. This is where the inspector requires the test requirement, the framework, is the clear evidence. He answered no. The absence of site-specific evidence should result in them all being removed from the supply. The council continues to rely on a number of sites which are currently in use as open space and are held by the council as such. Disposing of council-owned open space has its own hurdles to be met, with local plan R1 setting clear criteria with respect to both recreational and amenity value and impact on character, in addition to meeting the planning requirements of the framework to demonstrate that loss of open space is acceptable. No site-specific evidence we provide in this regard. These sites are simply not suitable or available now. The applications which have been submitted on such sites are for reduced numbers to those contained in the HELA. It's entirely possible that some of these sites might come forward within a relevant 5-year period, but the PPG and NPPF require clear evidence and a robust assessment, and the onus is on the council to provide such evidence. It hasn't. Inspector Howard Stevens described clear evidence as being more than merely assertion. Most recently, he said that in the Rectory Farm Yatton decision. However, the majority of the council's evidence is just that, assertion. For example, in relation to garage sites, the council asks you to have confidence that such sites will come forward and that they've been assessed for realistic capacity, and places no documentation to this effect before the inquiry. The evidence is therefore best described as an assertion, and Mr. Ireland's position should be preferred. 2 sites are in dispute, which the council has included in the sites with permission category, both of those in the town centre. The council relies on the Market Square development being built out within 5 years, but previous iterations of supply didn't make this assumption, and the evidence of the change of view is one line in one email. The second site is 35 to 44 Southern Hill and 28 to 62 East Walk. It's erroneously included in this category because it doesn't have planning permission. Whilst a planning application has been submitted, this is yet to be determined. Mr. Davies' written evidence specifically referenced the prospect that the application could be refused. In summary, there's no reason to be anything other than pessimistic if the matter is left to the council. It seeks to argue it can deliver over 1,000 homes per annum when when historically it has persistently failed to deliver anything like it. This is a 20% authority which now has an HDT score of 41%, the 7th worst nationally for housing delivery. And remember that 41% takes into account COVID because of the COVID allowances. So we can't hide behind COVID as an excuse. The true delivery would be considerably less than that percentage. Whilst the council may have an action plan in name, it's clear that something more radical is needed, and in the meantime, consents need to be granted to stem the tide of an ever-growing housing need, which is going unmet. The 2 appeal decisions the council has lost so far in the last year go some way to assisting, but the falling supply shows that even with these schemes, the council's position is falling deeper and deeper into crisis. Turn next to policy. The council's witnesses persistently seek to judge the scheme against a test of whether or not it is exemplar. As I've said already, this is not a test to be found anywhere in relevant policy or guidance, and even Ms Reynolds accepted the scheme can accord the development plan without being exemplar. As this test is no part of the development plan, it's difficult to see how failing to be an exemplar should in any way amount to be a valid reason to refuse the scheme. We say we are, they say we're not. It's not entirely clear we have the same definition of exemplar. That's one of the problems of applying a term that's not in policy, is there's no definition to refer to. Avoid the gloss. It is clear, notwithstanding Ms Reynolds' evident confusion on the point, that the council doesn't assert that in a scenario where the scheme was found to comply with the plan, it should nevertheless be refused based upon material considerations. As such, compliance with the plan should be determinative in line with paragraph 11C of the framework. The development plan doesn't require anything even like exemplar. It doesn't even require the highest standard or better than existing. BE12 is focused on material harm, and as Ms. Reynolds agreed, that's detriment. It's far from being focused on creating an exemplar. As Ms. Reynolds accepted, it will be met if the scheme is not detrimental, and the council's roundly failed to show any detriment that will be caused by the scheme. TC1, which looks for development which is sympathetic and appropriate. In relation to outline application, the relevant test is whether the scheme is capable of being sympathetic and appropriate, and that's not to be equated with exemplar. Turning then to benefits on the planning balance, the following notable benefits arise for consideration. Firstly, market housing. The council, as we just heard, has a poor record of housing delivery. The situation only getting worse. The shortfall is on any view significant, and it's agreed by Ms. Reynolds that the need for regeneration and market housing is urgent. However, the council isn't taking any urgent or effective action to address it. It's some considerable time away from having adopted an up-to-date plan. At present, it doesn't even have a draft plan. There's nothing before you to suggest that anything other than the significant shortfall will not be made up anytime soon. It should be noted that Ms. Reynolds approached her planning balance on the basis that as the scheme is likely to deliver the bulk of its units within what is now years 6 to 10, less weight should be afforded to the benefit of providing market housing. She sought to justify this by reference to the framework, and though she was singularly unable to point to any express support for this approach. In fact, the framework requires a developer supply for years 6 to 10, which the council equally cannot demonstrate. The distinction drawn by the council between years 0 to 5 and 6 to 10 in relation to when housing will be provided and the weight to be afforded to this as a benefit when there's no 5-year supply doesn't have any foundation in the framework, which doesn't draw a distinction. Paragraph 68 of the framework imposes demands on the LPA, both in relation to years 0 to 5 and in relation to years 6 to 10. Their reliance on paragraph 11 of the framework in this respect is also misplaced, as paragraph 11 is dealing with the calibration of the balance. Is it a flat balance or is it a tilted balance? What it doesn't do is tell you anything about the weight to go on either side of the scales. That's not what paragraph 11 is about. That's what the rest of the framework is about. So paragraph 11 doesn't help. And further, in any event, this isn't a case where the tilted balance is engaged only by virtue of the 5-year supply shortfall. It's also engaged by the truly woeful housing delivery performance of 41%, almost half the threshold at which the tilted balance would apply for substantial delivery of housing. Ms. Reynolds' evidence in this respect in reducing the weight to the housing delivery benefits was fundamentally deficient, as it failed to consider the full range of factors relevant to the weight in this context, as set out by the Court of Appeal in Hallam Land. The passage we cite to you is this one. It says the weight to be given to the benefits of new housing development in an area where a shortfall in housing supply has arisen is likely to depend on factors such as the first one, broad magnitude of the shortfall. Second is how long is it likely to persist. Third is what is the local authority doing to reduce it. And the fourth and last one is how much the development will meet. So Ms. Reynolds picks the last one and focuses only on that. There's 4 factors. Let me address you on them in turn. The broad magnitude of the shortfall. Well, on the council's case, it's 3,200 odd. On the appellant's case, it's 4,000 odd. On either view, the deficit is truly massive. And that consideration tells strongly in favour of increased weight. I mean, we're talking about the size of a second. That's the extent of the shortfall. To put in context, sometimes I go to ad lib here. Sometimes when one's dealing with 5-year supply in rural areas, you can have 4.5-year supply, but it might be a shortfall of 200 or 300. But here we're talking about if they were to build a new settlement, it may still not make up the shortfall. That's how bad it is. It's truly dire. And that's just the shortfall, not future needs. That's just the shortfall. How long is it likely to persist? Well, the jaw-dropping scale of the deficit, the direction of travel downward year on year on the council's own figures, the extent of greenbelt in the district, the lack of an up-to-date development plan, the withdrawal of the new plan, and the absence of even a first draft of the further new plan, All of these things mean the shortfall is certain to persist for the foreseeable future. Mr. Mumby's unchallenged evidence in chief was that there's no prospect of being reversed by 2025. Pause there. Mr. Howell said that was overstating it, but where are they going to deliver in a 5-year period 4,000 homes from? They're going to grant permission for 4,000 homes in the Greenbelt because Town Square North and Market Square are already taken into account in the 5-year supply. I mean, it's fanciful in circumstances where the existing the new local plan was withdrawn because of Greenbelt concerns. Fanciful to think that there's anything's going to happen until a new local plan, if ever it is adopted. Note, sir, also that Mr. Davey for the council himself acknowledged that there's a shortage of deliverable sites across the whole borough, and that the pipeline will continue to dry up until such time a new local plan is in place. Given what happened with the previous emerging local plan after years of preparation, the suggestion the council will have a new one in place by 2025 is, putting it mildly, highly optimistic at best, when there's no coed draft yet, and difficult and politically controversial decisions will need to be taken about meeting housing needs and the trade-off between more intensive development in the settlements versus Greenbelt releases, which will surely be necessary to some degree in any event. So the how long it's likely to persist consideration also tells strongly in favour of increased weight. What's the local authority doing to reduce it? The third consideration. Well, the council's most recent housing delivery test action plan stated before the withdrawal of the local plan, the adoption of a new local plan will be the greatest catalyst for housing delivery. Well, armed with that information, what did members do? They withdrew it. They withdrew it. The council's own evidence at the Housing Supply Roundtable was it has had to remove key residential allocations from the supply following the withdrawal of the local plan. What is that if not deterioration? There's no realistic strategy in place for reducing the 5-year supply shortfall, coming even close to that. And that's reflecting the fact the shortfall has got worse since the Town Square and Market Square North inquiries. So this consideration too tells strongly in favour of increased rate. And lastly, how much of the shortfall the development will meet? Well, first, it's wrong for the council to suggest the development has no prospect of delivering some housing in the current 5-year period. They suggest that the Market Square and Town Square North schemes will, and there's no basis for distinguishing us. But more fundamentally, it's clear from what I've just said in relation to factors 1, 2, and 3, that the shortfall will remain and will be broadly just as substantial, if not worse, for the foreseeable future, and certainly for the 5-year supply period, starting from the base dates of 1st of April 23, 24, and 25. And therefore, it can confidently conclude the scheme will contribute substantially during those periods of ongoing 5-year supply shortfall. This too tells strongly in favour of increased weight. So, applying Hallam, Mr. Mumby's approach should be preferred, and significant weight should be afforded to the provision of market housing. There's no basis for reducing it. The scheme will provide affordable housing by way of the submitted 106 agreement, a minimum of 5%, subject to early reviews upwards. The site is in a sustainable location. It includes the regeneration of a significant brownfield site. In line with paragraph 120C of the framework, substantial weight should be given to the reuse of sustainable brownfield lands put into settlements. The section 106 secures a range of public benefits, including open space, public art, provision of a healthcare facility or payment in lieu, contributions towards sustainable travel and downgrading of Southern Hay. In terms of the economic benefits, on any sensible view, the economic benefits are long-term and wide-ranging. Applying paragraph 81, they must be given significant weight because that's what paragraph 81 says. Ms Reynolds sought to reduce the weight to be afforded to the economic benefits of the scheme by failing to acknowledge that any real benefit would accrue beyond construction. It should be plain, however, that any regenerative scheme of this nature has the potential to secure very long-term benefits from Basildon. The mere introduction of 2,800 residential units will be additional spend to the town. That alone is a sizable benefit before one considers the wider benefits of regeneration, boosting the town centre, etc. The scheme generates environmental benefits in terms of introducing significant green space in the town centre. Condition 32 secures biodiversity enhancements at each phase. And it's also relevant, sir, to consider what would happen if the scheme didn't come forward. It's already been said that the town centre is on a spiral of decline, and without the scheme, the spiral in this quarter of the centre at least would no doubt continue, much to the detriment of the townscape and the residents of Basildon. Mr. Mumby explained, the appellants invested about 1 million in the scheme, prior to any decision by the council. That's not an unusual sum to spend on a site and project such as this, given the lengthy pre-app process, PPA, public consultation, extensive EIA. The appeal costs are in the region of £500,000, and therefore the promoter of any new scheme would have to be committed to investing in the order of £1.5 million, plus any applicable land acquisition costs if they're not the current owner. It may be that infrared being administration, maybe that it'd be somebody else. So plus the land costs, and engage in another round of pre-app, EIA, another application. And judging by the last time, that way may take a number of years to complete. I mean, it's almost 2 years today since the application was submitted, and that itself, of course, came after a year's pre-app. So, you know, we are before you 3 years, give or take, after it started. And so if you refuse this, you're asking whether it's my client or somebody else to commit to £1.5 million, potentially on another 3 years of process. And they'd obviously want to judge that against the risk that they may get nowhere, just as if we refused the 3 years that would have come to naught for us. Well, in that context, the market, 3 lines to the bottom of 34, the market would see the planning risk as high in circumstances where 12 months of pre-app, PPA, 3 officers' reports recommending approval, and indeed initial resolution to grant by members. All of that, despite all of that led to refusal. Now, that planning risk that the market would seek to judge, is it worth us paying £1.5 million and investing 3 years of time and effort for the return? That risk is compounded by the lack of an up-to-date development plan, because an up-to-date development plan would provide a bit more certainty, a bit more a framework for development in town centre. We don't have that. And it's also compounded by members' willingness to reject professional advice. All of these things go to predictability and certainty, which anyone with even a small understanding of how the market works will realise that's critical to investment decisions. And whatever your decision might say, I mean, you're not, I'd suggest, you know what you may not know what you're going to do yet, but in due course you will. You're not going to design an alternative scheme. So whatever you say, if you were to refuse, there's bound to be scope for interpretation about and debate about any alternative that may come forward in light of that. There's bound to be. And that's therefore going to mean there's consequent risk that the market would have to weigh up in deciding whether it's worth investing £1.5 million and potentially years of effort in this project. And I would suggest to you that there is a high probability that in the current economic climate of impending recession, spiralling construction costs, interest rates soaring, inflation, that risk would be judged not to justify the cost and time needed to invest in another go. I mean, frankly, you have to be pretty crackers to, I'd suggest, to spend all that money and time in this situation where 3 years of effort and the officers' reports by the head of planning still got us nowhere. It's unrealistic. And if I'm right, Basildon would join the list of town centres that have missed the boat for transformative regeneration. I may be right, I may not be right, but surely, sir, there's a very considerable risk that I am. The argument put to Mr. Mumby that the weight to be afforded to the benefits of regeneration should be reduced, as the regeneration has already started, should be rejected too. The council's aspiration, as set out in all town centre master plans and regeneration studies, is for the town centre as a whole to be reinvigorated and regenerated, not for a significant chunk to be left as a 1980s shopping centre. I turn then to other matters. Firstly, the sort of 2800 versus 2252, and secondly, split decision. So your power to grant permission for something less than that is than which was applied for. Sorry, I've missed out some words there. Something less than what's applied for is governed by the principles set out by John Howell in a case called Hoban Studios. He looked at Wheatcroft and the subsequent cases and sought to distill it in more modern parlance. And we set out the passage there. And I'm going to rather than read out the passage, I'll summarise what we draw from the passage and indeed the full judgment. So there's two, what he saw, constraints. The substantive constraint, which is would amending the description of development or by some other means, such as a planning condition, granting permission for development which is amended, would that involve granting permission for something that is in substance a different development to that applied for? So something which is outside the four corners of the application, something different to that applied for, as opposed to something which is within the four corners of the application. And a sort of paradigm, it's an extreme paradigm, but one that kind of hope makes that clearer is plainly if you applied for 200 homes and you sought to change that to a retail park, you'd be making an application that was outside. I mean, it would be absurd to think we could amend that. So that's the paradigm outside the four corners of what's applied for. Now, on that substantive constraints, it's important to realise what the Deputy Judge said. He says, no doubt in the public interest, it's a substantive constraint on the changes, which that may be made in application, shouldn't be overly severe. A liberal approach may enable planning permission to be granted without the need for a further new application to be made, and one without further delay and cost to the applicant, the authority, and others. Quite apt in this context. And then there's a procedural constraint. Would it be unfair to anybody to make the amendment? So even if it is within the four corners, is something that, like, substantively you can do, what lawyers call intra vires as opposed to ultra vires. Would it be procedurally unfair to make the change? And if so, if it would be unfair, could that unfairness be cured by either further consultation or further right to make representations or some other means? Now, on the penultimate day of evidence, in cross-examination of Mr. Tracy, the counsel for the first time raised to its advocate a point about whether the implications of the reduction in height that was made during the currency of the application, about the implications of that for the ability to achieve 2,800 dwellings, and whether that had been considered. And Miss Reynolds conceded in cross-examination, rightly and fairly, this didn't form part of the reasons for refusal, and it wasn't in the counsel's written case. It's a bad point, because, as Miss Reynolds also agreed, the numbers will depend not just on the extent of built form, but also on the mix, and the mix would be considered at the reserved matters stage. And there's range of permutations acceptable mixes that depend upon the circumstances prevailing at the time. For example, how much the need there is for student accommodation. And this is a very large development, which by virtue of that in its outline nature has considerable scope for flexibility in how it's delivered. So therefore, there's no merit in this belatedly made advocate's point. However, if you were, notwithstanding that, to find any merit in the point, the Holborn Studios principles would enable you to amend the description of development to 2,252 dwellings, which is the figure on the illustrative master plan. The development would still be the same development in substance, and there would be no change to the parameters of the built form. So it would be, we would say, within the substantive constraint. It'd be within the four corners of what was applied for. And no one would be prejudiced, as illustrated by the fact that Miss Reynolds couldn't point to cross-examination to any consultation response that would have been different if there was a limit on the number of dwellings. I've just paused there. I've tried to hyperlink all the judge. I have a feeling we didn't hyperlink Holborn, and I don't think you've got it before you. If you'd like a copy, we'll send it in. Up to you. You can find it online very easily on Bailey, but if you'd like us to provide you with a copy or a link, I'm sure that can be done in the next.
If I need to go to them, I can find them. Yeah.
Fine. Okay, good stuff. Then on split decision of severability, Johnson versus Secretary of State is another relevant case, though ultimately it's the Holborn Studio, it's sort of essentially the Holborn Studio's principles in that context, but there's a bit more to be said about severability. And Mr. Justice Ousley said that severability is a useful way of measuring without necessarily being decisive on the question of whether the context in which the permitted park could be built is very different from that previously contemplated. So it's not a practical, not a textual test. And he went on to say that the critical thing is the part of a true opportunity to consider the impacts of development as it would in fact be implemented. Now, what we say there, so it's basically Holborn Studios principles, but with the point raised by Mr. Justice, have the part of a true opportunity to consider the impacts of development with whatever is to be lopped off, effectively. And as we said, it's difficult to assert with any finality whether the scheme is severable as a matter of principle. The question of severability turns at least in part, on whether that part of the scheme permitted has been considered by the relevant parties, so that the impacts of the scheme as it would be built have been established and considered. It may also, there's bits of the scheme that, at least in sort of conceptual terms, would be easier to lop off than other bits. And so therefore what we say is that if you get to the point in your thought process when making your conclusions that you're inclined to the view that part of the scheme needs to be severed or else the whole thing can't be consented, we invite you to communicate this in whatever form you think appropriate and allow for representation to be made at that stage in relation to the specific part of the development to which your concern relates and whether the rest can stand without it. And that would also allow for consideration of whether there are any EIA implications, and if there are, what the process for dealing with that should be. That's all I can say on that for now. And so these are my conclusions. The council wants its town centre to benefit from regeneration. It also wants to locate significant numbers of new homes in the centre, and it's recognised through past iterations of town centre planning documents that this naturally means increases in height and density, as indeed it does. The council recognises the failings and limitations of the current layout. It knows the centre is on the spiral of decline, and yet the members persistently refuse or resist applications for regeneration schemes in the town centre. Recent history has shown it takes inspectors to provide Basildon with what it itself says it wants. The totality of the evidence before the inquiry demonstrates there's nothing bad about this scheme and a whole lot that's very good. The council's complaints in truth amount to nitpicking about terminology used in documents that the council wasn't even required to submit with the application in the first place, and which could always have been the subject of a condition requiring the submission improvement for the first reserved matters application. The harms said to arise when interrogated plainly won't occur. The council retains significant control over the scheme at the detailed design stage, and the code and the dash, far from showing apathy for the town centre, show a careful appreciation for the new town and demonstrate how this site, currently dominated by a 1980s shopping centre, can be brought into far better use and in so doing improve the experience of Basildon for existing and future residents. The appeal scheme is consistent with there's only two development plan policies citing the reasons for refusal, BE12 and TC1. It should therefore be viewed as in accordance with the development plan as a whole, even if there are some limited peripheral conflicts on which the council doesn't reply. The agreed inconsequential nature of those conflicts means that accordance with BE12 and TC1 would be in accordance with the plan as a whole. It should therefore be approved without delay, see MPPF 11C, and should now be. Further or alternatively, the adverse impacts of granting permission plainly do not significantly demonstrate outweigh the benefits of doing so. Quite the converse. Allowing the appeal would deliver huge benefits for Basildon. Dismissing it could mean that anyone in the inquiry not from Basildon who were to go away and then come back in 2030 may very well find the Eastern Quarter in the same sorry state as it is now, if not worse. We urge you, therefore, to grasp this golden opportunity for a development that the council's head of planning judged to have the potential to be truly transformative of the image and function of Basildon Town Centre, which would act as a catalyst for other developments to come forward. And so, sir, for all these reasons, and thank you for holding the inquiry, we respectfully invite you to allow the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. One or two things to confirm at the end of the inquiry. I've already conducted a site visit, or several site visits, and I took a unaccompanied, fairly prolonged site visit on Monday afternoon. So unless something occurs to me that I need to see again, it's unlikely I'll go back to the site and surroundings in the near future. In terms of costs, I now have the application by the appellant, Mr. Banner, from the appellant by Mr. Banner. In terms of a response period, Mr. Howell Williams, and then presumably a bit of time for Mr. Banner to have a final say if he wishes. Any sort of agreement on that between the parties, which is sort of reasonable?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. We would be able to respond to this by tomorrow, if that's acceptable to you.
Right. Okay. On by the end of Friday, and then Mr. Banner, you presumably may need to respond again, but may not.
Yes, I may have been asked. I've actually got another inquiry exception on Monday and Tuesday next week. Could I have till 9 AM on Wednesday? I'll do it on Tuesday evening, in reality, because I'm just going go straight to nutrient neutrality and phosphates on Monday, Tuesday, which is going to be fairly all in.
Okay. So
in the light of that, I'm not quite sure why I should be quite so.
No, have what you. How would you? As far as I'm concerned, so unless you've got to think, I'm quite content. I mean, I'm not going to look at it till Tuesday evening. So
okay, we'll say end of Tuesday for Mr. Howell Williams, and then by if there's any further comments by Friday at the latest.
Thank you.
Obviously, if you have no comment, then say you have no comment. But
yes, I won't. I'm not going to repeat. I tend to find cost replies are
yes.
always very useful, to be quite honest, because it ends up being a bit of Yahoo sucks on both sides.
Yeah. So, Mr. Howell Williams, respond by end of Tuesday. Any further response from Mr. Banner by end of Friday?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder whether, just before we leave that matter, whether I could ask just for you to consider, and not necessarily give a view now, but we would like you to make some sort of ruling on the point. Mr. Banner kindly referred me to his application for costs, suggesting that having seen it, I might not feel quite so concerned about reduction of the Section 106 correspondence.
Yeah.
But albeit it's relegated to a footnote, it still seems to me to appear as part of the complaint. And with that in mind, I do ask that you accept the email correspondence.
Just in response to that, sir, you almost certainly haven't had a chance to look at the footnote. Relies exclusively in that respect on the statement of case. So the sole reliance we make in relation to the stalling of Section 106, and as what I said, the statement of case, it is way too late for the council to seek to submit evidence in response to our statement of case.
I think if it's specific to your costs response, Mr. Howell Williams, and you think there's something particularly germane in that exchange, which goes to the heart of the costs application in your response, then you could attach it to the cost response, and then, if necessary, Mr. Banner can respond on that basis. But
thank you. So, may I, sir, if there are any emails that are missing, can we? May I have your permission to put them in my reply, effectively?
Well, if you feel they're important, yes.
If they're relevant, yes, obviously.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful. We haven't been made aware of any missing emails. The complaint about them was that they didn't go to the putative reason for refusal.
I'm not saying you need to put them as a attachment to your response, but if you feel it's necessary, then
well, we'll consider it, sir, because I appreciate you've got oral evidence on the matter as well, and we don't want to burden you. So one small matter, and forgive me. And
I was going to also ask to make sure the council themselves aren't making an application for costs. I need to do that.
We're not making that. I have no instructions for that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Just one small point on Mr. Banner's submissions, and I'm not in the business of going through everything that I disagree with and so on, but one point of fact, which I hope Mr. Banner can confirm, the paragraph 54.
So I'm just getting back up, just bear with me.
Reference to the National Design Guide not actually being published at the point of the application. I think, as we've made clear through cross-examination and evidence and in our submissions, in fact, the National Design Guide was already published.
No, you're right. That should be the reference to the design, the model design code.
Right.
Sorry, not the design guide. Sorry, that's my slip. You're absolutely right. But what isn't controversial is the next sentence, that he acknowledged that conflict the guide wasn't part of the reasons for refusal. It was in existence, and despite it being in existence, it wasn't within reasons for refusal.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's a typo on my part. Thank you very much.
Make a note of that. Yeah. Okay. So just in terms of the, we've agreed the costs deadlines in terms of the 106. Just to confirm that I think the final draft should be produced by the end of next week, which is the County Council's input, which is the 19th of August, and then a executed final version on 26th of August, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. and it can be in counterpart form.
Mm.
Yeah, okay. Other documents, I believe the plans of Market Square and Town Square have now been provided. They're now core documents, so that's helpful. And also there's now an exchange between the council and the appellant about this potential condition about a revised or updated design code, which I've not had a chance to look at yet, but I assume that exchange has come to a conclusion, but I'll double check that.
Mm.
I think that is it in terms of documentation. And any other procedural matters? Yeah. In terms of the likely decision date, I mean, I don't like to say it's definite, but one would hope certainly by the end of October. But yeah, I'm not. Don't hold me to. And really, just finally, thanks to everybody's contribution to the inquiry, and thanks for your cooperation.
Thank you, sir.
The inquiry is now closed.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody.
All right.